with the vetting of the Minister Designate for Defense. Clerk of the committee kindly administer the oath. You said? Oh, you've done that already. Oh, well, if you have if you've done that already, then before proceeding with the vetting question, I have some questions for you. Ever since you are nominated as a minister, before the introduction, you tell us about yourself. Have you spoken to me on phone?
No, Mr. Chairman. The last time we spoke must be somewhere September or August 2024.
After your nomination as a minister designate, have you been to my office?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Meeting you today on the corridors of the vetting room, have you sight your eyes on me after your nomination, announcement of your nomination as a minister responsible?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did I ever call to demand money from you?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Now, before I give you the floor to tell us about yourself, it's been alleged that we demand monies from the nominees before vetting. Tell the general public whether I, Bernard Ahiafo, or any member of the committee ever demanded money from you before today's sitting.
Mr. Chairman, I've not received any such call, and so that is what I can say. I'm here to be vetted, to answer the questions to the best of my ability, and with your blessings, to serve our dear nation as much as I can. Thank you.
Very much. May you proceed to tell us about yourself.
I'm Kofi Omane Buama, trained medical doctor by profession, married with 3 children, also a health policy analyst, former Minister for Communications, former Deputy Minister for Environment, Science and Technology, former Deputy Minister for Youth and Sports, also presently Director for Elections and IT of the NDC. For the 8 years that President Mahama was in opposition, I also served as a policy advisor and political strategist to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are welcome to the vetting committee.
Great.
Honourable members, will proceed by taking questions from the members of the committee. It is my pleasure to start with the subject matter committee members. So I give the floor to Honorable Amankwa Menu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me take the opportunity to congratulate Dr. Kofi Omane Buama for his nomination. And also let me take this opportunity to welcome to this vetting room some past officers of the Ghana Armed Forces. I can see some past CDS and some 7 officers. They are so welcome. Doc, congratulations once again. We all know that Article 210 creates the Ghana Armed Forces. Now, the Ghana Armed Forces is a creature of the 1992 Constitution, charged with the responsibility of defending Ghana. We have men and women who go through sacrifices, and the sacrifices they go through emanate from the kind of training they go through. We have had instances in this country where people have always asked questions about the way recruitment and enlistment into the Ghana Armed Forces is done. If you are to look at what members go through, I mean members in uniform, soldiers, our men and women in uniform go through. Obviously, if you do not meet a certain criteria, it will be very difficult for you to really do the kind of job they do. As a minister, looking at the fact that the Ghana Armed Forces have a time-tested, laid-down processes, procedure, and the training that they go through, as a minister designate for the Ministry of Defense, and looking at what the soldiers go through, looking at, you know, the time-tested training or the time-tested procedure, processes, and all that they go through. As a minister, would you at any time circumvent this time-tested processes and procedure for enlistment and recruitment into the Ghana Armed Forces for political expediency?
Thank you, Honorable Minister Designate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Today, I just want to stop him.
If
Chairman, in the early days of the vetting process, a need arose for you to be seen as the chair of this committee and none other. Rightly so, you are the chair. I want, for the last time, plead with those who come here as friends of committee, especially from the majority, to allow decorum, what we call decorum, to manifest at this committee. I'll end it here.
Proceed to give your answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Knowing the Ghana Armed Forces that I know, and from where I sat about 17 years ago, if you circumvent the procedures, the rules of engagement, and you get enlisted or recruited, you are likely to suffer. And there have been some dire consequences. Some recruits have died on day one. I remember at 37 Military Hospital, there was even someone who was in training. Not that the person was flat-footed, but it was almost there. severally the person had to come on admission. If you have a heart condition and the systems are circumvented and you are enlisted or recruited, you are just jeopardizing your life. And so, looking at it purely from the medical point of view, I'll be the first person to advise you, if you genuinely don't qualify, not to attempt it. Let's face it, I recall 1997 when I visited, the person is still a serving officer, so I don't need to mention the name. When I visited the person at the academy, one of the first things I saw was, abandon all hopes of normal life, all ye enters here. What that means, that at the beginning of the training, you are being asked to abandon all hopes of normal life when you enter the military academy. And it is not easy. If I may add, some people go all the way to the point of being tempted, and they consider and drink water that has been used to soak clothes, because you are thirsty. You are tested to the limits. That is the reality. And so I will not, and have the assurance that I will not circumvent the procedures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I don't have any follow-up questions.
Thank you very much. I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Habib.
No,
You don't have any further?
no follow-up.
No follow-up, but you have a further question. Please go ahead.
Mr. Nominee, we know that the West African sub-region has issues with terrorist activities. And the experts tell us that the movement of these groupings is southwards. If you look at all the countries within the sub-region, most of them, if not most of them, except probably our beautiful country, have tasted the bitter pill of terrorist attack. The Akufo-Addo government, in trying to provide security for this country, adopted two, as it were, two strategies. First of all, to have Operation Conquered Fist, where men were sent to man our borders. And then secondly, for the long-term effect, to build the forward operating bases, FOBs. Most of these FOBs are at various completion stage. And then to also deal with the issues of our waters, because we also had pirates coming in. There was the need to also get long endurance vessels for the Navy to be able to man our waters. I know that one of the vessels is waiting for parliamentary approval. Mr. Nominee, if you are given the approval, what would you do? Would you immediately work very fast to ensure that the FOBs are completed so that soldiers can move in, and then see to the acquisition of this long endurance vessels to enable our men provide the security that we so need in this country?
Mr. Chairman, the FOBs are very critical and they are needed in protecting Ghana. It is true that terrorists, and if I may add, violent extremism has caught up with us. Successive governments have done very well in ensuring that we have not recorded any incident at this stage within the territory of Ghana. But there is also the strong belief that there are some sleeper cells of some of these groups, which so far are military has been able to contain and sometimes even push them out of the country. Where we are, we cannot do without the FOBs. And if you ask me, we may even have to consider accelerating the completion of what are already under construction, and then also identify some of the border areas. We have as long as over 2,000 kilometers stretch regarding the fringes of Ghana. And if these fighters, silent fighters who use the David and Goliath kind of a system, the asymmetry system in which they use to fight countries, are minded to attack us, they have over 2,000 kilometers to help them to strategize. What it means is that we need more of these FOBs, but not just that. You raise the issue of the naval vessel. It is not just the Navy that has challenges. Without exposing our armed forces too much, because our neighbors are accelerating their re-equipping. The truth is that the Air Force also needs re-equipping. I don't want to go into too much details regarding that. So it's a holistic thing. And in looking at this, we also need to sensitize the populace, because it is not just a matter of acquiring the vessels, acquiring the equipment. The citizens must also be conscientized so that they will be able to help the Ghana Armed Forces to detect early when these incursions are being done. And this is where I commend the appointment of Lieutenant Colonel Larry Bevrolate as the envoy to the Sahel regions. Is going to assist to be able to understand, help in early detection, assist with defense diplomacy, whilst our Ghana Armed Forces also continue to engage them. And so yes, we will need to complete the FOBs. We will need to consider extending even the FOBs to other parts. It is not just the borders, even the riverine areas. There are some entry points that can also be considered. And so you can have my assurance that together with the service commanders, the CDS, and with the commander-in-chief himself, we will do everything that we must do if I receive your approval to protect and defend our dear nation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll do with my last question. Honorable nominee, the Ghana Armed Forces has been going through some expansion. And one problem bedeviling the Ghana Armed Forces has to do with accommodation. The Akufo-Addo-led government embarked upon the barracks regeneration program where houses of befitting accommodation were built in all the garrisons in the country. Looking at the housing situation we have, would you, when the approval is given, make conscious effort either to continue with the barracks regeneration program or to make that conscious effort to provide befitting accommodations for our men and women in uniform who are doing so wonderfully well for this country?
Mr. Chairman, if you ask soldiers what their felt need is, number one, they will mention accommodation. Number two, they will mention accommodation. Number three, they will mention accommodation. It doesn't mean they don't have other needs. but accommodation is very critical. In fact, the deficit, 15,000, if I'm not mistaken, is about 17,000. Efforts have been made by successive governments to ensure that this deficit is bridged. Let me assure you, several options will be considered. The most important thing is to ensure that accommodation is provided. Even if we would have to look at the PPPs that are being done, even if we would have to draw on Government of Ghana budget, even if we would have to draw on some funds that can be generated from enhancing our peace support operations to be able to help provide Ghana Armed Forces with the needed accommodation, we will do that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will, yes, on the accommodation.
Very well.
Very brief. I will want the nominee to assure us that it will not just be accommodation, but a befitting accommodation for our soldiers.
You have, Mr. Chairman,
Please proceed to answer, but be brief with your answers.
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It will be befitting. I visited a lot of my mates who had passed out and everything, and we saw at first hand some of the difficulties, and so we will make sure it is befitting. Thank you.
I recognize Honorable James Agalga.
Congratulations, Honorable Dr. Umane Buama, for your nomination. You are a medical doctor who has practiced at the 37 Military Hospital before. And I know you are abreast with the challenges that the 37 Military Hospital is faced with. Doctor, when you are approved, what would you do to improve upon the prevailing conditions at the 37 Military Hospital, and also to ensure that the Afari Military Hospital, which works commenced as far back as, in fact, when the NDC was in government previously, you'd ensure that that hospital is completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. He's answered one part of the question, because if you are able to get Afari on stream, it will reduce the pressure on 37. Referrals will not have to be coming from Ashanti region upwards to 37. And 37 is used not just by serving soldiers and their families, but also veterans also use that. There is also an initiative that is ongoing, said that they are looking at building a new facility in Accra to take care of the soldiers, because it is believed that civilians are overcompeting with the soldiers and their families at 37. If that facility in Accra is completed, what that also means is that it can reduce the pressure on 37. Beyond that, we'll be re-equipping the facility, ensuring that we use innovative ways of securing drugs so that a soldier may not be on a peace mission. The spouse comes with a child, and the child and the parent may have to be sent out, sometimes late in the night, to go and buy medicine and all that. If we put in innovation mechanisms, we can reduce the budget on drugs and consumables, and then with this infrastructure, AFARI, and also the one that is being considered in Accra, we will be able to limit the pressure on 37 military hospital.
Any further question?
Yes, my last question. Doc, I think in an earlier response to a question posed by the former deputy minister, you spoke about Ghana's participation in peace support operations. Now, Ghana has played a pivotal role in bringing about world peace in terms of our participation in peace support operations. But it appears the level of participation has dwindled over the period. Now, what would you do to ensure that Ghana's participation in peace support operations is increased? Because, you know, beyond fostering peace, when we deploy our troops, it is also a matter of welfare. So, Doc, would you want to focus on this area and ensure that our participation is increased when you assume office as the minister?
Mr. Chairman, yes, because peace support operations in itself will be one of the innovative ways of raising funds for the Ghana Armed Forces. And there's a lot to learn from Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India. They take advantage of the wet lease system, procure fit-for-purpose equipment, send them on peace missions, but then almost every 5 years will return those equipment to their countries and ensure that new ones are also procured. When that is done, the task force, that's the UN task force, that review the equipment that your troops are using on peace missions, get very satisfied, and they are able to reimburse you. Unfortunately, if your equipment are obsolete, you can be sure that there will even come a time that you will not be having the reimbursement that you need. These are issues that we need to go into, and we will discuss them thoroughly, look at innovative ways of procuring equipment fit for purpose, and also increasing our quotas so that it will satisfy the soldiers, it will improve the image of our country out there, and our Ghana Armed Forces will also be strengthened financially. Technology transfer.
I wish you well, Doc. Congratulations.
I'll proceed to give the floor to Honorable Dominic Nitiwood.
Thank you very much. You know, 4 years ago, I was sitting right where you are. So the only thing I can wish you is to wish you well. Though I sat there 8 years ago, and I sat another 4 years ago. So we wish you well, and say that you are going to a very disciplined institution. You would enjoy working with them. There are the few people that when they write a speech for you, you may find it difficult to correct. And so you get a good training from them. But there are some few issues that I want to bring to your attention through questions that the people of Ghana, including yourselves made comments. I feel uncomfortable that I just left there and I have to ask you questions, but it's a duty for Mother Ghana. So I will have to do that. Ordinarily, I will not do that, but of course, we are here, we are where we are. I will do that. It's about the relationship between the Ghana Armed Forces and the people of Ghana. A lot of people, including even the NDC, your side, are of the view that we should keep the armed forces in the barracks and not deploy them to do internal duties. Not even deploy them to keep peace during and after elections, or even not deploy them when there are issues within which will allow the police to do that. I want to find out from you how you will position the armed forces to be able to work to help keep the peace that we have while satisfying the demand of the people that I just mentioned.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Loaded question, but I'm being prompted to be brief. So I'll try to be as brief as possible. We need to understand the doctrine, the philosophy of a soldier. They are not trained principally to be enforcing law and order in the way that a police personnel will do. I mean, I'm very sure you agree with me that throughout your stay as the Minister for Defense, you hardly came across soldiers who were holding handcuffs. And I'm very sure right here, that is the situation. You will hardly find a soldier who is holding handcuff. It should tell us what their training is when it comes to even arrest. And so we should be careful not to push them immediately there is an issue to be addressed. The police must be the first point of call, to the point that the police can do it. Let's allow the police to do it. If it becomes necessary to draw on the Ghana Armed Forces, it should be a limited operation because of the shock and awe that the Ghana Armed Forces visits even when they get to town. So it should not be the norm. For instance, in the last election, we all agreed that the National Election Security Task Force was going to be said that the Ghana Armed Forces was going to be on standby until the IGP has activated their deployment. We saw some few instances where we saw military people. I believe when the IGP is done with the investigations regarding the last election, the review, we will be able to understand the mechanisms that led to this movement of troops. So by and large, it is not a yes and a no that soldiers should be kept out of it completely, but it is a matter of moderation. How do we titrate their interventions such that the dominant role is being played by the Ghana Police Service? Thank you.
So follow up. Will you deploy soldiers to fight the Galamsey, especially after the was incident?
Once again, the fight against Galamsey should not be viewed purely through the lens of soldiers going to fight Galamsey. There are several things to look at. Reclamation, providing alternate livelihood programs and all. When we are clear to the people that these programs are ongoing and they are going to yield the needed results, you'll be surprised that once you are showing people of alternative livelihood programs, you may be able to reduce the numbers and the police may not be that overwhelmed. But even if it has to get to the point where you have to deploy soldiers, there are several factors to look at. There are UAVs that can do some of the things that soldiers go and do in the forest and in the mining communities. You may say that, okay, the UAVs may not even have weapons. But Honorable Former Minister, you know that there are even weaponized UAVs that, should that become necessary, that can be used. So once again, it is not a yes or a no answer. We need to look at fighting Galamsey as a comprehensive thing, providing alternate livelihoods, programs, land reclamation, letting the police do what they have to do, and if need be, bringing in the military in addition to modern technologies that can help them perform their functions. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. As I said before,
your substantive question.
Yes, another substantive question. As I said before, I wish you well. You would look up to the Commander-in-Chief for some of the things you say, because it's the only ministry that the Commander-in-Chief, even though he has direct interest in more of them, is the only ministry that every day when he wakes up, he wants to know what is happening.
Honorable Member, please, your second question.
Honorable Minister, the second concern that the people had, and they still have, is the relationship between the armed forces and the other security services, especially the police, where sometimes you have little misunderstanding here and there and that kind of stuff. With this setup, joint training, joint operations, we set up rules for them, rules of engagement we're teaching, but still had slips here and there. And there's been massive improvement in their relationship. I want you to tell us exactly what you believe you'll be able to do to ensure that the armed forces and the other security services not just operate as individuals, but even at operation, they can operate as a unit to ensure that Ghana remains very safe as we see it now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The collaboration between our security agencies have been very good, and I will not say that we should make perfect the enemy of good. We've had benefits from it, but clearly where we have unexpected outcomes, we will need to address them. The joint operations that they do can also be enhanced with joint training programs, more of such. And not just joint training programs, they can also have recreation together. Let's have more of that. If they are meeting each other, having physical training, even together sometimes, it brings them together, the bond becomes stronger, limits the level of competition that they may be looking at. And here I want to raise something that may look like a paradox. When you push soldiers to more and more be performing the functions of the police, if you are not careful, you are painting an impression that suggests that the police are incapable of doing what they have to do. That implicitly can generate unnecessary rivalry, which may manifest later as the clashes that we may be seeing. It is important to provide adequate training for the police, adequate training also for soldiers, ensure that where they need to come together, it is not just for operations, but also for recreation, also for physical training. And I believe the more we allow them to interface like this, we will be able to limit the clashes that we see, if not to eliminate them completely. Thank you.
Chairman, as a follow-up, will you ever consider deploying soldiers to polling stations in any future elections?
Fortunately, the Honorable Former Minister for Defense once said he doesn't deploy soldiers. So, Mr. Chairman, I don't even understand his question.
Well, Mr. Nominee, will you ever allow the Chief of Defense Staff? It's not last question, it's a follow-up. Will you ever allow
you are entitled to one follow-up.
But He said he doesn't understand, so I'm giving him.
That is his answer. Because you've won occupy that position.
I hear you.
And your response
Chairman,
is that as a minister, you don't do that. So why are you?
There's no banter.
That is his answer.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. I don't want to banter with you.
Yeah,
just all I wanted to find out from you, still the follow-up. He says you allow me. So the follow-up is whether you would advise the Chief of Defense Staff, who normally would deploy on behalf of the Commander-in-Chief, soldiers to a polling station in the future elections.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Under normal circumstances, it's a no, 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 no. But you see, in doing risk analysis, you cannot sit here and jump to that conclusion. What if terrorists have attacked a polling station? What do you do? So it will be based on the risk assessment and the advice that will be given. And this is why the National Election Security Task Force, with the help of Parliament, must be given strong legal backing. So the rules of engagement, very, very clear, delineated, actions to be taken, and who gives the command and who should not give the command. So once we get all these ironed out, I believe that it will not even be me providing that advice, because on the day of election, I'm likely to be somewhere campaigning or ensuring that people are voting. And that is why I should not be the person who is even at that point giving a policy direction that soldiers should go to the polling station. Once we get the National Election Security Task Force clearly before us, and Parliament has a good bite at it, very deep bite at it, I believe that we will be able to address most of these challenges that we have had with the use of the military.
Mr. Chairman,
your last question.
Yes, last question. Mr. Chairman, first of all, the nominee has assured this House that he would follow the laid down requirements of the Ghana Armed Forces when it comes to recruitment and enlistment into the armed forces, so that we can keep the sanity within the armed forces. So I want to thank him for that, and I would hold him through the committee, whoever will be the chair of the committee on government assurance, we will hold you responsible for that statement, because we'll follow to ensure that it has happened. But there is a constitutional with it. There is a constitutional. There is a constitutional. If you do follow, it's your own job, because you were supposed to keep me in check. If you didn't keep me in check, that's your own cup of tea. But Mr. Chairman,
please address the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there is a constitutional provision I want you to give meaning to and to ensure that it happens. And that constitutional provision is regional balance. I didn't say tribal balance. I said regional balance. I want to find out from you how you would ensure that in the enlistment and in the recruitment of the men and women into the armed forces, and by stretch all security agencies, there is regional balance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To be brief, I'm a student of equity, and we will ensure that all the principles of equity are applied to the procedures that the recruitment process follows. For instance, if somebody is in the Upper West region and the person is going to be enlisted or recruited, how does the person go through medicals? If somebody is in the Upper East region, same. If somebody is in Accra, obviously that person will have a certain advantage because 37 is just right here. And so we will look at all the equity principles and ensure that regional balance is attained.
Thank you very much. In the absence of any follow-up, I will proceed to give the floor to Honorable Peter Lanchini. Honourable members, let me place on record that he is the fourth person to ask the question, and I've admitted questions from them in line with Standing Order 2172, which allows chairperson, ranking members, and 2 other members of the relevant subject matter, standing or select committee, persons nominated by persons to join the appointment committee in vetting persons nominated by the president. So they are the subject matter committee members. You may proceed to ask your question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister Designate, congratulations. You know as well as I do that when you are dealing with military, you are dealing with precision. And I do not doubt your meticulous nature and the fact that you must be trusted by the state. So once again, I say congratulations for this nomination. The Ghana Armed Forces has a very impressive image across the world. If this committee gives you the nod, and you are finally sworn in as a Minister of Defense, you will have to protect this impressive image. How are you going to deal with impersonations in the system?
Thank you very much. We will rely heavily on DI, Defense Intelligence, to assist us. Of course, collaboration between the police and DI will also be very, very important. And then, as part of efforts to improve military-civil relations, we will enhance the receipt of feedback from the populace, such that if someone is suspicious of an individual who is portraying him or herself as a soldier, in real time, the person can launch a complaint and we address it. And when these are addressed, the aftermath of it, the punishment given legitimately and legally given, will also be made public to deter others who may want to go on the same path. And we believe that once DI heightens attention on impersonation, and the police also assist in this, and then we make the processes very transparent and the punishment thereof also obvious to citizens, people are going to be advised. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my second question. I'm sure during the briefing you have heard of defense advisors. Our defense advisors carry very high our national flag, including the flag of the Ghana Armed Forces. And over the years that I've been in Parliament, at least for the past 4 years, the story has not been encouraging at all. There are conditions of service. It's nothing to write home about. And I'm sure they are very excited to find Dr. Omane Boama as the Minister Designate. She do get a nod. Look into the camera and tell them, what will you do for defense advisors who are struggling all over the world? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, the defense advisors play critical roles in the countries where we deploy them. And they work very closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And so it will be a collaborative effort, of course, with the Ministry of Finance also ensuring that they are assisted as much as they should. Their challenges range from accommodation all the way sometimes even to the daily subsistence allowance that they would have to be given. When you demotivate them, and some of them are even generals, when you demotivate them like this, you do not expect morale to be high for them to do the kind of defense diplomacy that they should be doing. Not too long ago, I was talking about the right equipment to assist our peace support operations. Defense advisors, defense attaches in very critical countries can even work to let us have access to aid that we may never have thought of. So we need to invest in them for them to give us the multiplier effects of those investments. Ghana will benefit from those strategic investments. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. You know, by my very training, when you meet a very confident person.
Honorable Anthony, hold it. The Deputy Minority Leader has a follow-up on the second question.
Right, thank you very much, Honorable Nominee. Congratulations. From the answer to the last question, I get the import that you don't have a direct responsibility to ensure that they are rightly remunerated. If that be the case, I don't think you are owning up to your responsibility to ensure that. What would you do? Because you mentioned the Minister of Finance as the one that has to see to it, but you have a responsibility to do them. What would you do personally to ensure that?
Thank you very much, Chairman. Coincidentally, just when Honorable was asking, then the Foreign Minister designate entered. It's a collaborative effort. And my style has always been to work together with colleagues. I've been part of budget processes right from 2009 to 2016. We contributed to every single budget of the President Mills and President Mahama administration. And we know how these go. You will submit the budget. The Ministry of Finance will have the final say. But the good thing is, with the experience that we gathered for 8 years, we will definitely be some of the people that the Finance Ministry will rely on. And we will persuade to the point that we believe that once they understand the benefits that we will be deriving from the defense attaches, they will respond. And it is part of the innovative financing of the armed forces that we have started discussing. And so you can be rest assured, I will be responsible for the soldiers, and I will work collaboratively with the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, when he's vetted, I hope not for 3 days, and approved, and then the Minister for Interior and all other colleagues as well. Thank you.
The nominee should withdraw that he hope he's not going to be vetted for 3 days. It's not up to him to decide to the committee.
Chairman, withdrawn.
Thank you very much. Can we make progress? Now your last question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Minister designate, if you appear before this committee and you are giving 100 questions that have to do with Galamsey, you will appreciate the fact that Galamsey is a hydra-headed problem for this country. It is not just a security threat, it is both economic and social. Looking at the role of the Ghana Armed Forces from the days of Operation Vanguard to Operation Halt 1 and Halt 2, what do you think the role of the military will be going forward to ensure that after 1 year of President Mohammed's term in office, even the rulers will begin to speak that the country has been reset? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I want to rest on the earlier answers that I had given about Galamsey so that I don't over-elaborate. The justification cannot be understood by anyone considering the harm that causes. And Honorable listed quite a good number of the untoward issues that emanate from it. What sometimes we don't even avert our minds to is that for people to elect to engage in that activity, sometimes they have to take hard substances and all. So that can also have its own societal effects. That is why the idea of simultaneously providing alternate livelihoods, reclaiming lands, planting on those lands when they have been reclaimed, and there are soil scientists and technologies that can help heal some of these destroyed soils. Even placing factories in some strategic locations to process some of the produce will begin to give a new face to the fight against galamsey. As we do this, obviously, law enforcement agencies will work together, the police, the military, to ensure that the laws are enforced. And that is why I said we need to also look at not just physical incursion of military personnel, but also using unmanned aerial vehicles, and some of them can even be weaponized to take care of this, because human beings, sometimes if they stay on these operations for a long time, get compromised. But if you dispatch a UAV, a drone, to go on surveillance and send you the exact picture of what is happening, who is going to bribe the drone? Unless maybe the one who is operating it. And the digital footprints of that drone and the operations can also be known. Should it get to the point where weapons would have to be used, as I have said, some of these UAVs can even be weaponized, but that should be the last resort. We need to quickly and aggressively get to the point where we get the people to understand that it's a no, no, no. The environmental and the socio-economic consequences are just too much. And I believe that with the self-purifying nature of water bodies, when we are able to do this with your blessings, within a matter of 1 year, we should begin to see positive outcomes from these interventions. It will be a collaborative effort. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm so grateful. Thank you very much, nominee. I wish you well.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Using the same standing order, 2177, combining it with order 6, I will recognize leadership of the minority to ask a question. 77 reads, a member of the leadership of the House is entitled to participate in the proceedings of the committee during the consideration of nominees for appointment. And standing order 6 defines leadership of the House to mean the majority leader, minority leader, the deputy majority leader and deputy minority leader, the majority whip, the minority whip, and the deputy majority whip and deputy minority whip. So I proceed to recognize Habib, Honorable Habib, as deputy minority whip. Whips, deputy whips, but majority whip and minority whip. But deputy is whips.
Road Minister, I won't be invited to the debate. Mr. Norman, my question is, in your party manifesto, you promised to increase the daily allowances of soldiers to the UN. I think currently it's around $35. So what should the soldiers in Lebanon and Sudan expect?
Mr. Chairman, we have soldiers in several places. Guinea-Bissau, Abyei, Gambia, and all. They should be rest assured that President Mahama has 4 years, and whatever promise that has been given will be worked on to the satisfaction of all stakeholders. Thank you.
Honorable Habib, do you have a further question?
Okay, Chairman, the nominee's introduction, when you asked of his self-introduction, he said he is the Director of Elections and IT of the NDC. My question is on the Electoral Commission. The Electoral Commission that declared President Mahama and declared the 275 members of Parliament. Have you 275? One is not declared yet. 275. Mr. Chairman, my question is, have you ever described the EC as criminals, incompetent, and biased? And if yes, why?
Please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Yes, incompetence, basic arithmetic. The EC serially got it wrong. The criminality, people were transferred from their polling stations to different regions, not even within the same region, without they appearing to transfer. Bias. There were several times that we raised issues that we felt could have easily been addressed. And sometimes, as I watched after December 7, people struggling over seats, I said, look, if the Electoral Commission had listened to us and had dealt with the free pink sheets that were floating, we may not have had these issues on our hands. But obviously, the EC would not even listen to us. As we speak, we requested for a forensic audit of the voters' register and the IT system of the Electoral Commission. They never agreed. So incompetence, basic arithmetic, they were getting it wrong. The criminal aspect, to transfer people from their polling stations to different places in a different region. And when we brought this out and we asked them, they said, oh, we had not activated the liveliness test. So you knew you could activate the liveliness test. And they said, oh, it was because at the time that the procurement was done, the liveliness test was not that mature. But if they could activate it just when we identified and put out the information, what stopped them from doing that? And so, trust me, I have very good friends in there, but whenever we had to do our job to ensure that the right expressions were used, we did it. But the beauty is that it was never personal. Beyond doing our jobs, we continued very good, friendly relations. In fact, sometimes it pains me that when our General Secretary petitioned Parliament earlier, I think somewhere April 2024, Parliament did not take the necessary steps to investigate the Electoral Commission. If that had been done, we all may not have gotten to that point. But it looks like the malaise is when you are in government, you act as if the Electoral Commission is anachronistic and sacrosanct. I pray and hope that my party in government will not suffer that same disease. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you. Any further question?
Chairman, I have a follow-up to this. Doctor, how will you describe a beneficiary of a criminal, incompetent, and a biased institution?
Your question is unclear because I decided to provide reasons for each of them. Incompetence.
Explain it.
Thank you, Chairman. I decided to segregate incompetence, and I said even basic arithmetic. And it's quite unfortunate that Honorable Habib is inviting me to maybe denigrate my own friend Jemensa. How do you use Cora draw for arithmetic?
Chairman with respect, Chairman with respect, I want to remind my respected friend, Dr. Omani Buama, that he is on oath. I can also understand that it is your desire to give a detailed explanation by way of response to questions. But let me be quick to remind you, you have a duty in answering to be mindful of the third party who may suffer certain consequences of your response, which at this material moment may not have an opportunity to defend himself or herself. Suffice to state that in a political statement, one may choose to be very loose. But here, in an attempt to defend a political statement, let's be careful. I know a number of MPP folks who this morning joined this table to say that Dr. Manibuama is our brother. He's our brother. And they expect a certain posture from their own caucus. If that is to be expected, then something must give.
Honorable Ranking Member, thank you very much. I believe this caution should not go only to the nominee before us. The questioners must also be circumspect in asking the question. So if you ask a question, the nominee has provided the answer, and you push for a follow-up question, I would allow the nominee to give a follow-up answer. So I was even drawing the questioner's attention to the fact that be careful where you are going off camera, but you didn't take a cue. So proceed to ask your last question.
Chairman, I take cue from what my leader have said, but I don't think my question was out of place. If a nominee have described an institution that nature, and I want to find out why he described it as such, I don't think I was out of place. You indicated that you are the Director of Elections and IT, and now you are going to occupy a very important office. You'll be the Minister responsible for defense of our country. Do you intend resigning your position as Director of Elections and IT so that you can be impartial in handling the affairs of defense in the country?
Thank you very much, Chairman. No Ghanaian should have any fear about my impartiality. In fact, I can be the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and I will be impartial. That's my nature. Trust me, and my deputies are here with me. Whether I was going to be appointed or not, I took up the job of the Director of Elections of NDC purposefully for the 2024 elections. Immediately after the elections, I told them my job was done. Amongst us, we even discussed, and we know who will be proposing to the Functional Executive Committee to take over from me. Thank you.
So, Chairman, I'm done, and I'll congratulate you.
Thank you very much. But let me place on record that Article 78 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana is very clear. A minister can appear before a committee of parliament to hold office of profit. So if the party constitution so allow, and that minister has appeared before the committee to hold a political position of profit, there is nothing basically wrong about it. But always we ask, will you resign, will you do this? It doesn't lie in our hands to demand a resignation of the so I'll give the floor to Honorable Jerry Shaibu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Doc, congratulations to you. I've recently perused a document which the UN, as of July 2019, had indicated that the current reimbursement rate of soldiers deployed to go on missions receive about $1,428 per person. In Nigeria, it's about $600. In Kenya, it's about $756. I've indicated, you weren't listening. In Ghana, it's about $435. First of all, do you know about this and what accounts for the differentials? And if at all, what plans do you have to have this resolved? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Not the entirety of the other countries that you mentioned. What I know is we pay $35 daily, and I think the figure per capita is about 1,400 plus. As I've indicated, peacekeeping to countries like Bangladesh, Pakistan, and India is serious business. They use it to finance their army, and I believe that with defense industries taking shape, some of that can go into it. Be rest assured that we are going to take advantage of the wet lease system. To take advantage of it will be to even do some retrospective study on what we have done with the resources that we have received so far. There are complaints about late releases when troops are supposed to even go on mission. These are all matters that we would have to address. It will be a comprehensive process and program. And I believe with your endorsement, if I become the Minister for Defense, I'll come back to Parliament to brief you details about where we are, even regarding equipment, as I alluded to. The Ghana Armed Forces can benefit from equipment. Ghana Armed Forces in Ghana can benefit from the equipment that we procure through the wet lease system. Because all you have to do is to use that equipment for about 3 to 5 years. You can bring them back home, procure new ones, and so long as you are taking advantage of economies of scale. Have we gotten to a point where maybe we will have to do some joint procurements? The police procures, Army, that same. Isn't it possible for us to take advantage of economies of scale? Equipment that both are likely to be using, or if we are to be looking at brands, for that particular brand, if we went to that brand, we can take advantage of economies of scale. And so it's a comprehensive thing that will have to be done. And it's not also just about what is going to the soldiers. If we are able to reduce the amount that we spend on maintenance, and it will be a paradox that if you do the maintenance more frequently, you are likely to spend less in the long run than to allow the equipment to get to terrible states before you say that maybe you are going to ensure that maintenance is done. And so us the opportunity to serve, and we will look at peace support operations comprehensively and put before Parliament, because it will be an international agreement, new ways that we can take advantage of the PSO program to generate the needed income for our nation, to motivate our troops, and also to equip our country for us to be able to protect our territorial integrity.
Thank you. Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chair, no follow-up, but a further question on this. So the military seeks to go through some very regimental training and activities. And there is also the likelihood of an emergence of a post-traumatic stress disorder and other related health issues. So there are health concerns here. As a medical practitioner, do you have any plans, ideas as to how to help them not go through all the stress and health challenges? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. When I met the generals and the colonels for the briefing ahead of this vetting, when we got to the health aspects, one of them reminded me of my days with the military. You can be rest assured that we will look at health in the comprehensive way that it must be looked at, the social determinants and everything. And veterans in particular, there are some of them who still are going through a lot. I have two veterans in my home, my dad's side. And I remember growing up when the stories were being told. I remember very well, one of them even was shedding tears when it got to a point how a colleague was just killed during operations. So be rest assured that post-traumatic stress disorder, not just that, even before they encounter this trauma, there are some of them who may even have all kinds of conditions, just that mental health in general in the country has not been given the right attention that it deserves. We will work together with the Ministry of Health to ensure that the programs that are being organized, the training, Ministry of Education, more of such eye doctors are trained. It is when you have more in the system that you can also have some for the military. Whilst waiting to train more, we will leverage on the existing practitioners within the mental health space to also assist them. And it's not just about mental health, it's a comprehensive thing, because the social determinants of health just will go beyond what just mere disease and ailments are calling on us to be doing for our troops.
Further question?
That's so, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominees, so how do you intend to deal with the growing threat of cyber attacks? And what steps are you going to take to enhance Ghana's cyber defense, especially in the light of our own situation? That in the very recent times, I've seen that what we used to have as the domain name, the official domain name of the presidency, has now been changed from presidency.gov.gh to johnmahama.org.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm not aware of the change that was alluded to, and since I'm here answering, I will not be able to check. But I'll say that I sit at the intersection between traditional security and also what happens in the cyber space. And that is perhaps one of the advantages that I'll bring to the ministry if approved by the committee and by Parliament. As a former Minister for Communications, I've had detailed interactions, deep discussions with people who know the galactic network very, very well. In fact, I've had the opportunities to interact at very high level with the inventors of the internet. Somewhere 2014, 2015, when 12 people were being selected to go and discuss the future of the internet, I was one of the people. We went to Brazil to discuss it at the level of the ITU. That was when we began calling cyber attacks, particularly on nations, as a David and Goliath kind of war, where you don't have to have too much weapons, too much ammunition, but you can deal with a powerful nation. We need to do more. As Minister for Communications, the GOTA system that our security agencies hold, I brought the second phase of it to Parliament, which ensured that 4G LTE was incorporated within that system. So you can be assured that if it's at the level of infrastructure, we will work on it. If it is at the level of applications, we will work on it. If it's at the level of enhancing the human resource for IT, not just for the military, because the military cannot do it all alone. The National Signals Bureau must also complement the work that the military will be doing. And once we achieve this collaboration, you can be rest assured that as much as possible, we will be able to ensure early detection. No one can give assurance against a cyber attack that it will be foolproof. But the more you perfect it, you get to a better state where even if it happens with disaster recovery and everything, you will be able to recover from that attack immediately. It was a reason that the National Data Center that is situated right here, I ensured the construction of it. We also placed a site for redundancy and disaster recovery far away from Accra. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to mention where that site for redundancy is. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I just want to wish the nominee the very best in his new role, if approved by this very House. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I proceed to a member of the committee from majority side, Ritana Odolesoa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wish to congratulate Dr. Omani Buama on your nomination by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable nominee, we are all aware the military base is in Dadekotopon, my constituency. And over the years, as Member of Parliament, I've enjoyed some cordial relationship with the military, especially the hierarchy. But one issue I'd want to raise, during my first term in Parliament, the people of Dadekotopon were seeking to get back some of their land. And the Nanado administration promised to give them some of the land. And later, we were informed that some of the land had been released. And so the good people of Dadekotopon visited the site to see their land in some joy. They didn't have any weapons, but when they went there, I know the military is very disciplined, but when they got there, they were beaten mercilessly there. And at the end of the day, we lost one woman. I want to find out from you, what assurance are you going to give to the good people of Dadekotopon to live cordially with them, since we are, I'll put in quotes, the landowners, and I believe a landlord lives well with his tenant, and the tenant as well lives well with his landlord. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's regrettable that inspection of land released to a traditional area will lead to loss of life, violence against our own citizens. And I must say that these are things that must be condemned and also prevented going forward. What I will do is, if approved, call for the details, because the way the military works, definitely they must have accurate documentation of whatever happened. And we will study it and know exactly what happened. If there is the need for people to be compensated, why not? Because it is unacceptable if it is the case that the land had been released and they were only going to inspect land that had been released to them, then it must be seen as something that should not have happened. I'm not seized with the full facts. When the documents become available, I'll study them, I'll involve the Attorney General's department and ensure that the right thing is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have a further question?
Yes.
Please do.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Honorable Dr. Omanibuama, I'm reliably informed by some widows of officers that when their husbands pass on, they are supposed to receive some benefits. And these benefits take between 1 to 3 years. And it takes so much time for them to receive these benefits. What are you going to do to help our women, the widows, because they are in pain and they need these benefits to sort themselves out? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we need to expedite the processes. And in fact, maybe for good reason, it's not even spouses of deceased officers and other ranks, if this is the situation. Even when people retire, sometimes it takes a long time for them to have their gratuity. And I'm told it's because the calculations are based on actuals. And so they would have to wait for the retirement age before those calculations are done. We began some discussions on it as they were briefing me. I raised issues that I would just want them to begin to exercise their minds on. With your blessings, if I get to the ministry, we'll take this up and look at how best we can work on some of these things efficiently using IT systems to assist, because of what benefit is that going to be to the widow when the money is going to be received, let's say 1 whole year after the husband passes away? But it is not just restricted to them. There's even a story of a former CDS calling after about 6 months of leaving office to remind them of his gratuity. And it is something that we intend to work on to ensure that the processes are hastened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further question?
Thank you, Chairman. I wish to congratulate Honorable Dr. Omanibuama, and I wish you God's blessings in your new appointment.
I'll give the floor to Patrick Yabuama.
Why are you laughing? Thank you very much, Chairman. Congratulations, Dr. Edward Kofi Omanibuama. Two issues combined. The Department for Civilian Establishment. It's a very important division of Department of the Ghana Armed Forces and the military, as well as the VAG, Veterans Association of Ghana. they play very important roles towards the success of the Defense Ministry. VAG is asking you to consider the rationalization of their pensions together with some other non-commissioned officers. Is this something that you are going to take a critical look at when you assume office? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welfare is at the heart of my politics. And so anything that will benefit the people is dear to my heart. I'll definitely take it up, discuss it thoroughly with the finance ministry, and we will situate it within the context of the financial challenges that we have. But you can be rest assured that we can even have innovative ways of ensuring inflows, new and additional inflows, so that we can take care of them very well. Not always inputs coming from only government, but to diversify the other sources where we can have inflows from, just to make sure that they have decent livelihoods. Because in fact, most of these people did not benefit from the kind of tiered pension system that we are having today. And there are deplorable situations in which they find themselves. And it is even also the reason why it is not just about money that people are going to receive, but also even healthcare. You can imagine somebody in Koforidua having to come all the way to 37 Military Hospital for surgery. Can there be arrangements between the 37 Military Hospital and the Koforidua Regional Hospital for such surgeries to be done, and then offsets are ensured, just to give our veterans the kind of dignity and appreciation that we have for the service that they rendered our nation? Thank you.
Thank you. I know for some time, Chairman, this is just a follow-up, that some of the civilian employees have not even received their pay slips, and it's a source of concern within that establishment, and I'll entreat you to look at it. Chairman, my second question. I'll go to my second question. You are the second medical doctor to be assuming...
You are no longer asking a supplementary question.
No.
Because you say civilian employees have not received their pay slip. Since when? You just left power.
Chairman, stop babysitting the nominee. Let me ask my question. This is babysitting from the chairman. Second medical doctor to assume the chair as Minister for Defense after Dr. Kwame Adokufo, who was the president of the Medical Council, Ghana Medical Association. He built the Defense Ministry under his tenure. I know a lot has also been done by previous administrations. The military is an institution where they are kind of very jealous with their ranks and positions and what have you. I know you to be a very strict person, but the military today don't compromise. You are going to be a member of the Armed Forces Council. The CDS's role is defined in the Constitution under Article 213 or so, thereabout. How sure are you, looking at your nature, are you going to be able to work with these officers who don't joke with their ranks, their positions, having been able to serve for over 20, 30 years, have risen to this level? And they say, Kofi Omanebwama, this young man is coming to tell us to do this, like Niti, excuse my language, was also brought here as a young man to do. You know what I'm talking about. They need your assurance and cooperation. And they want to hear from you. I'm sure they are all watching you across the country and also abroad. So they want to know who Dr. Kofi Omanebo-Ama is, their new Minister of Defense.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Some of them are here. The service commanders are here. And that should be an indication of how even the collaborations have gone so far. Some former generals, including the former CDS, is also here. And so we will continue to engage in wide consultation. In fact, I'm not trained a military person, so all that I've said here, I credit them with this knowledge. And you'll be amazed the plethora of briefs that they have sent and the quality of the language. You'll be amazed. The good thing is that I've been with them before. I was with some generals when they were lieutenant colonels, and they risen all the way to that point. So be rest assured, medicine has a way of letting you fit in many situations, letting you face many challenges. And the same way that I treated them and their families with respect, with dignity, and with professionalism, whilst at 37 Military Hospital, they can be rest assured that when I was living 16, 17 years ago, I'm coming back even to do it bigger and better. Thank you.
Chairman, I don't have a follow-up on that, but I'll go to my last question. I was reading about the top 5 military trends in 2024. It included artificial intelligence, advanced defense equipment, Internet of Military Things, robotics and autonomy system, and big data analytics. Looking at our armed forces, which of these new trends fits into our armed forces? And I know you've been talking about modernizing our army. And I don't want to sit here to talk about our equipment base or whatever. We're sent to Akosombo with all the security personnel, and we're run through what we have. All the former security coordinators, defense officers, they were all there. We know our strength. But looking at where we sit today and what I just mentioned, what are you going to do to improve in the area of technology to enable our armed forces meet the current trends in military and defense strategies? Thank you, and I wish you the very best, Kofi.
Thank you very much.
I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Rocks. Oh, very well, very well. Yes. Is that a question?
Mr. Chairman, to be very brief, modernization of the military is something that will be on the front burner. Whilst we pursue that, we will also not fall into the trap of, if we are not having the sophistication that is needed, it means we are paralyzed. So we shall optimize what we have. And I must say, it's very limited if you are to look at the trends, what our neighbors are doing, and the fact that we have assets in our land borders, the sea borders, and all. For instance, as I sit here, when I think of the Kita and the Volta basins, they stretch or seem to be stretching to other countries. These are matters that may even bring border disputes and all. So modernization is critical. We will not look at the modernization just within the context of equipment and technologies, but even modernization, the human resource and accommodation and everything, because it is when we look at it holistically that we will be able to have more from less. Our budget is limited. We are in a very difficult economic situation, and that is why when I met them I said we need to innovate. We need to look at even how we can projectize some of our projects to tap into climate funds, so that if we can show that we have this carbon credit to trade, we will be able to have some funds to finance the military. So all these will be on board. In talking about Galamsey, I made mention of the UAVs, some of them which can even be weaponized. They all fit into this. But I will say that let's not let technology paralyze our military, because the force that we have, the expertise that they have, respected across the globe, there's so much that they are doing with the little that they have. I know they don't have the platforms to be able to fight some of the battles that they must engage in. But even there, you talk to them, and as ways of making up for the deficits, they sometimes even place naval officers on commercial vessels just so they can be able to protect some of these vessels and protect also our territorial integrity. So there are people who innovate a lot. There are people who, when supported, they will be able to do more for us. And so we will put all the balls in the air and ensure that our army is strengthened to be able to aggressively and timelessly face any external aggressors. And if they also have to assist within our territory in ensuring law and order, they will do it professionally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will proceed to recognize Alassane Umar. Please be brief.
Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Omanibama, congratulations. I've known you for quite a while, and I worked with you to beautifying Ghana and attracting companies, which are the BPO, business processing. The question, yes, Chairman, indulge me to thank him. We had an issue, and the issue was to build the Accra Digital City. The minister was anonymous, helped me when the police came after me. Yes, it even ended in court just to make Ghana work. After putting up a very nice, converting warehouses into grade A facility opposite Awudome Cemetery. Yes.
Honorable Umar, I hope after your story there will be no question.
The story, it ends with a question. I know Minister to be very detailed and is going to perform, he's going to help the military, and he's going to reform, bring a lot of reform to the sector. Minister, I have just received this from Defense Civilian Staff of Ghana Armed Forces. Accordingly, they have expressed long-standing concerns about the removal of their risk allowances during the implementation of the single spine salary structure. All efforts with this government or authorities have failed. They want me to ask you, what will you help them to get it fixed? Thank you.
So it is not your question, but their question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This question has fiscal implications, and also we will need to assess the salary structure that is pertaining as we speak now, to know how they arrived at the salary structure. Because sometimes in determining salary structure, some items are consolidated. For instance, during the ADHA days, additional duty allowance days, when the President Kufuor administration was doing away with the ADHA, they consolidated. So I'm not seized with the entire details of this. So with your approval, if I get to the ministry, I would want to engage my former colleagues. They are my former colleagues, because as a civilian employee of the Ministry of Defense, I want to engage my former colleagues, know exactly the mechanics and the dynamics, and then we will have an amicable resolution. Thank you. And thanks very much for the work that we did together to get Ghana the Accra Digital Center.
So please ask your last question.
Thank you. Minister, it's been observed that the military have been sometimes politicized, and especially having come out from this 2024 elections. In my constituency, people came in military uniform and they were not detailed to be there. The question I want to ask is, how will you enforce discipline and stop this politicization of our military? Thank you.
Thank you. It will be a collaborative effort. If you look at the Armed Forces Council, we have the civilians and we have the soldiers working together. And it's a reality that we have to confront and address. As I've said here, we need to give the National Election Security Task Force some strong parliamentary backing. When that is done, a soldier who is being sent out by an aberrant individual will know that there are consequences ahead. It doesn't mean that as we speak, there can be no consequences for such soldiers. And in this day and age, cameras are in our palms because of our phones. People may have such evidence, images of such soldiers. The National Election Security Task Force, led by the IGP, is reviewing the entire election security and what happened. Honorable, I urge you to submit such pieces of evidence to the IGP's office. And I believe it's when we are able to identify such aberrant soldiers that we will be able to protect the thousands that are decent and professional. Thank you.
I wish you well. Thank you.
I proceed to give the floor to Roxy Nelson Hechida. Honorable.
Doc, congratulations.
Thank you, Council.
Somebody asked me, why defense? I said, Doc can even serve as Governor of Bank of Ghana, and he will succeed. Now, I want a yes and answer to my questions so that we have too many military barriers when you are entering the Volta region. Too many, just too many. Will you consider reducing them when you take office?
Yes.
It's Volta region, it's not Western Togola. Chairman, I'm being harassed by Obama. Second, I have close affinity with the civilian staff of the military. And I'm aware that the 13th month bonus, Christmas bonus, they do get it, but these days it doesn't come. Will you consider reinstating it for them?
Yes, it will be considered.
Thank you. Now, finally, I come from a Reverend constituency in the Volta region. I have arguably the longest stretch of the lakefront as a constituency in Southern. I share my western boundary with Afram Plains North and my southwestern boundary with Afram Plains South constituency. There are thousands of people who live on islands that are days sail away from civilization. If you are moving from DJ Island, for instance, to Germany, it takes you several days by boat. When there's a disaster, we are helpless. You can be rescued by another boat, which also takes hours. Would you consider getting a military helicopter dedicated for such emergencies and health rescue particularly in terms of bushfires, in terms of disaster on the lake, how the people can be lifted, those who are alive can be lifted out of water so they don't sink when they get tired after swimming? You know what I speak of. Will you consider an equipment of that nature?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
It's now the turn of Honorable Patricia Piaget, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable. May I please find out from you if you are aware that we have an affirmative action Gender Equity Act in place?
Please. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And may I please ask, have you had a critical look at that act?
Not a critical look, but I've read bits and pieces of it.
How are you going to ensure the promotion of the women's agenda? So if you can let me have your clear initiative to ensure that women representation increases in your ministry. Thank you.
So, Chairman, in trying to analyze the Ghana Armed Forces from a gender lens, I also went into a bit of the history of the Ghana Armed Forces. And I found the Women Auxiliary Corps, that there used to be something like that. We can have a national discussion on this, and also with the advice of the military, because it's something that caught my eye and caught my attention, that this could be one of the ways that we can enhance the presence of women in the military. I know that the training is very rigorous, and so we may have to look at how it was done in the past. Those who can participate in the rigorous training may be categorized within a certain domain. And can we also have something along the lines of a Women Auxiliary Corps that can help improve the percentage of females within the Ghana Armed Forces? So in trying to do a gender perspective of the Ghana Armed Forces, this is one thing that caught my eye regarding the history of the Ghana Armed Forces. But I know the trained soldier will say that once you want to wear the uniform, you must be ready and willing to abandon all hopes of normal life. I know that is exactly what they will say. But I also see an opening, because at 37, professionals were sent on peace mission without necessarily going through the months of training before they went on the mission. So it means that the military can use the innovation that they have if they really want to use it to enhance the presence of women within the Ghana Armed Forces. It is something that is very dear to my heart, and we will engage them. I know it is going to be tough for them to agree, but we will have a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable nominee, by your answer, I get the feeling that you go by the perception that women are weaklings and will not be couched to be in the military landscape. If I get it right.
Mr. Chairman, no, that is not it. But the truth is, there is a reason the 100-meter record for men and for women are different. When they are recruited or enlisted, they are not going to make exceptions. Ask them. The physical training, you see them, they have to go. And sometimes carrying of locks. I'm hearing the response from the soldiers. Carrying of locks. Women are carrying it and everything. So I'm saying that equity. Women are stronger than men in several aspects. How can the Ghana Armed Forces also take advantage of the things that women are stronger in? That will even weaken men at training. How can they take advantage? So it's going to be a very innovative kind of process. But I believe that when we bring in more people, we will be able to carve out a compromise position that does not compromise the security of even the women that we will be recruiting. And I draw on the fact that doctors and other professionals go on peace missions without necessarily going through the several months of training. Of course, we go through some limited training and then we are good to go.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I'm happy you mentioned that you haven't had a critical look at the affirmative action bill. But there is a clause 60 which enjoins every ministry to ensure the achievement of the attainment of equity. That is the 30-70. And that is the reason why I'm asking you how you're going to do it. Because it is very important. There's the general view out there that it is almost unachievable when we relate it to the service. But I believe you've given us a right answer by saying that you believe the innovative ways of looking at the issue. But let's look at this issue critically. How will you work to eliminate barriers for women in taking up combat roles or other specialized areas within the armed forces?
Mr. Chairman, this is a very loaded question, and I don't know how long I have to deal with this. Because the barriers, if you are to look at it like a labyrinth, very, very long, right from childhood, all the way, from the time of menarche and all that, menstrual cycle, they all pose major barriers to women. And so it will take a concerted effort. And sometimes when I hear, someone has broken the glass ceiling, I think it's an oversimplification of the issues that concern women and girls. Because whilst that person gets to that point of breaking the glass ceiling, we forget, that kind of narrative forgets about the many that fell apart and the many obstacles that we erect whilst these women are striving to achieve what they want to achieve. And even in this room, Parliament, let's check the dominance of men here. This brings to mind the need for us to take the act and have a serious national discussion about it, particularly NDPC, and how we can deliberately mainstream gender perspectives into everything that we do. I'm a believer in the gender desk system, where you just place a solitary person in a ministry as a gender person, seeing to that gender desk. If we can get policymakers at the top to imbibe gender perspectives, maybe President Mahama has shown the way. We have a vice president in Professor Nana J. Opoku-Agyeman who will sit in cabinet, who in the absence of the president will be the acting president, will be chairing cabinet meetings in the absence of the president. And so you can understand that we will begin to have the rippling effect of gender perspectives coming from the top. Ending on the Ghana Armed Forces, fortunately, the Vice President will be chairing the Armed Forces Council, and the Vice President is a woman. So you can be rest assured that as we work with the soldiers to have a workable document, when placed before the Armed Forces Council, that will be chaired by the Vice President, Professor Jenano Opoku-Agyeman, we are likely to have favorable decisions being made from there. But we need to work together on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate that you have rightly showed the way. And that's why I want you to put on your gender lenses very well and look at all the areas that you need to address. It is important because we would not just pass the law and not see any good implementation of the various clauses in the law. It is important that we need to ensure that it doesn't turn into a document or the shelves, but ensure that we can. So I want each and every ministry to take note of that and then find out how best. Yours is the most difficult one. So I commend you for answers so far given, but I'll be taking a very critical look of how you perform under such circumstances, and how will the Ministry of Defense collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure that children in conflict-prone areas have access to safety, education, and good health care? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The professionalism of our soldiers is not in doubt. And we believe that so long as when we insert the soldiers in conflict-prone areas and we stick to the timelines for their rotations, they are not likely to be embedded for too long so that they may take sides. It is also the reason we need to ensure regional balance, that is equity in the recruitment and the enlisting, so that even in deployment, we are careful not to deploy soldiers who may take sides as they move. And we believe that once we are able to achieve this and also have facilities that can let children study and learn, even as conflicts are resolved amicably in their communities, we will be able to take care of them. Of course, it will not be like a peaceful place where there is no conflict, but at least they are not likely to be missing lessons in school, healthcare, and all. And so, as we establish some of these bases, and it's the reason the forward operating bases are very important. When they are well developed, we can have MRS systems where basic ailments can be taken care of within these bases. And it is very, very likely that with physician assistance and good referral systems, if they have to be referring, they refer to the major hospitals. It is not just about education and health, even water. This is where the military, presently embarking on an industrial drive, can also look at how they can drill more boreholes across the country, all in a bid to enhance human security. And as we enhance human security, the people will begin to love the military even far more than they do love the military. And it is when we do more of the human security that they will appreciate exactly what the Ghana Armed Forces stands for and does for the nation. This is because, you know, sometimes when your doctor takes very good care of you and you don't fall sick, you don't appreciate what the doctor is doing for you. Because we have not been attacked, we may not be appreciating the efforts going into what we are experiencing, right from the Accra initiative and all. And so we need to balance the real combat situations with the human security aspect. And I believe a healthy blend of the two will let the populace appreciate that if you met a Major Mahama somewhere, you need to protect a Major Mahama. You don't need to kill a Major Mahama. He's been trained to defend you as a citizen. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. In dealing with the vulnerables, we know that in order to achieve the sustainable development goals, we are being urged to ensure that we include everybody. The mantra is leave no one out. How will you, or how will your ministry promote the inclusion of persons injured in the line of duty? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are racing against time when it comes to sustainable development goals. 2030 has caught up with us. We have just 5 years to 2030. And if you look at the indicators, we have issues. Health for all is still a major issue. Issue of vulnerable, very, very critical. And the US, for instance, really pays attention to their vulnerable, including those who are injured during wars and all. Walter Reed is awashed with a lot of those people, the Walter Reed Hospital. What we need to do is, what are their needs? They can begin to walk without necessarily walking like the way they were walking previously, but assisted to walk. And we have some of these facilities in the country. We can expand it. The military itself, I would say, has almost every profession in there. The military, as part of the industrial drive, can begin to set up such outfits to produce prostheses that can help such vulnerable people. Beyond that, there are other decent jobs that people who are vulnerable can take advantage of. And within the military itself are several of them, right from the hospitals, manning elevators, administrative work, and several other opportunities that we can avail to them. The local government ministry that also sees to the district assembly common fund would also have to assist such people. They may be soldiers, all right, but they live in communities. So in looking at local economic development, how do we channel local economic development programs to be able to support such vulnerable people? These are all issues that, knowing the nature of President Mahama and his readiness and willingness to assist such vulnerable people. A case in point was the amputees who went and won a cup somewhere last year, where he parted with a good sum of money just to support them. I'm very, very confident that working together as partners, and Parliament also ensuring that when the formula is being distributed, people with disability have their fair share, or if I may say, lion's share of that. That will help us very, very much, because we need to look at them. They were once like us. Permit my saying, just with one road traffic accident, anyone can be like them. And so we need to prepare to support them, whether they are veterans, whether they are serving soldiers, or whether they are civilians. Thank you.
Your answer, you've actually prompted me to ask this question, because as a minister, will you ensure that the defense budget incorporates gender-responsive allocation to address inequalities in the defense ministry?
Yes.
Thank you. Right. And then finally, my final question. I know for a fact, and you also know for a fact, that currently in the country there's never been a female who has risen or ascended to the highest position in the military. But currently, I realize that there are some women at some other places. Would you promise me, or promise this House, that you are going to, at your term as a minister, you are going to ensure that some of these women are propped up and assigned to the position of the highest, which no one has ever ascended to? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the women in the military are there on merit, and if at any point in time, in terms of rank, that's the right thing to do, is an advice that I will provide to the Commander-in-Chief himself. And he's the person who chose Vice President Nana Joe as his running mate. You can be sure he'll be too glad to have such a feat.
That's what I mean. They have really gotten to a place where they can be promoted to ascend to the highest position. Anyway, thank you very much. I know that given the nod, you are going to assist or support the progress of women in the defense service. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I will recognize Honorable George Kweku Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, Dr. Omanibuama, congratulations. I know you do a good job. First of all, I would like to, on behalf, I'm sure my chairman will do that, but as a vice chairman, I would like to apologize for the time that you have been here, for no fault of yours, earlier challenges that we had. I'm only going to ask you one question, because I don't want to prolong your time here. Question is a bit, I just want your view. Obviously, matters of defense are sensitive in nature, but I'm interested in knowing about the defense budget. I realize that in the last, at least since 2020, the COVID period, to 2024, the military or the defense budget has basically been declining for the last 4 years. And then as a percentage of GDP, it's actually quite small compared to, other countries. Now, we've attempted to buy certain military equipment. I wouldn't like to, name them for obvious reasons. And I'm wondering, we are in a very difficult economic situation, as you know, in terms of fiscal space, in terms of debt levels. I know that the army is there to protect us, the frontiers of Ghana, of Ghanaians, and we need to make sure that they have the resources and well equipped to do that, including the use of modern technology. But what is your view? Is the military currently adequately funded? I mean, I know with everything, people will ask for more money. But in your view, I know you haven't been there yet, but of course, I know you, before you came here, you've done some research. In your mind, and this is a view, is the army, or just make it defense, adequately funded to protect this country when the need be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. When one of the best finance brains in the country is asking you a question about financing, you have to sit well. I try to use evidence to back my conclusions. And the temptation is there for everyone to say we are not adequately funded. So I went beyond what was inadequate funding. Unfortunately, I and Honorable Kandapa were the co-chairs for the Security and Public Safety Committee of the transition. So if you look at the dwindling capacity, and for good reasons, I don't want to mention any of that. If you look at the dwindling capacity, it's clear that we need to do more. We need to do more. And we need to be careful as a country, because the descent of terrorists is real. The derivatives of Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, ISIS and all, and even in this country, even though we've not experienced terrorist attack, evidence suggests that one or two people once moved to join ISIS. If this has happened, it should tell you indoctrination may even be happening somewhere. If we begin to look at the budget within this context, then we will understand why, even though we need water, even though we need higher salaries, even though we need more roads, even though we need A, B, C, blah, 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 we need to spend more on our defense systems. But we also have to be innovative in the financing. We may have to, and I believe, move away from buying at once, let's say $100 million, $150 million, or $200 million, can we begin to go into more structured financing where it is spread over longer periods? Particularly if we are going to be committed to it and meeting our debt obligations, that can assure them, because they know the credibility of Ghana's army. Ghana Armed Forces is not going anywhere. And so if we are buying an equipment for them, particularly if we dovetail it into the wet lease system of peace support operations, there is so much that we can have. Through that, we can have more cassettes to transport our troops and also to transport others. Through that, we can also have a jet that can not just carry the executive, but also the legislature, the judiciary, and other aspects of our nation when the need arises. Through that, we can also improve on the platforms that we have for our military to take action, either on the sea or in terms of having more air assets for our Air Force. Because otherwise, as we speak, we have a 3-star general heading the Air Force. But I'm sure you know, go into the air assets that we have. It's not good for our country. It's not good for our safety. We need to double up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I did say I will ask one question, so I'll stick to that. I know that we'll have opportunity in the future to have more constructive and progressive discussions on military funding in this country. I know you do well. I wish you well. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now proceed to give the floor to the ranking member and the minority leader.
Honorable nominee, thank you for spending time with us on this vetting. Please, let's go to page 3 of your CV. Please, can I proceed? Yes. Please, you have the leadership positions held. And the last on the list, if you may read it aloud. If you may read the last one aloud.
Mr. Chairman.
Proceed.
Yeah. President Cadet Commandery 403 of Knights of St. John International, 1994 to 1996.
Are you a member of this, the Knights of St. John's order?
I was part of the Cadet Commandery. That is the younger ones, but I didn't progress to the senior level.
So, let's stay there a bit. At that level, so was it a fraternity of the Catholic order? The Knights of St. John, was it a fraternal order?
It is an association in the Catholic Church, just like we have the Charismatic Renewal, just like we have Knights of Marshall, just like we have St. Vincent de Paul. Knights of St. John is also an association within the Catholic Church.
So it's a fraternal order within the church?
I don't know the operational definition that you are giving to fraternal order. That's why I'm sticking to an association. It's a society within the church.
That's fair enough. Fair enough. So, in that order, in that society, what were you taught?
At the cadet level, we were taught discipline, being time conscious, values of Christianity, fellow feeling, love for one another, and the military drills that we went through, because a paramilitary society that we went through also helped to shape us. We also had a lot of drama events that we performed at St. George Cathedral, and it also helped us even a public speaking wise. We also went on programs where people from different commanderies came together. We all met in Asamankese. That time, the Accra and the Koforidua dioceses, we all came together as young people and served God, learned a lot, engaged in quizzes, and also played together.
You would agree with me that membership was not open to everybody?
So long as you are a Catholic and you fall within that age bracket, it's open to you. When you mature, you then can move to the senior level. And it's something that one day I will progress into.
Is there a process of initiation to enable you join at the senior level?
At the senior level?
Yes.
I haven't joined, so I'm unable to tell.
How would you react to a person who does not know about the value system in the Night of St. John and denigrates same? How would you react?
Night of St. John, we are taught the values of Christ, Christ-like, tolerance. And so we will take such criticisms in our stride, and if there's the opportunity to educate them, like this huge platform is giving me the opportunity to share what we were taught, I will definitely share such thoughts with such a person.
So you agree with me that those who do not belong to this society and this order would not know the tenets of this order, correct?
I mean, so
you need to belong to know. If you don't, you are not a member, you wouldn't know. You agree with me?
I mean, unless you're a medical doctor, you are not likely to know the nitty-gritties of what we do.
No, I want to be very short with you. Just like Dr. Fiamakpo, my respected classmate, said. Just go straight to the point, because I know some of your guys are anxious. I would be as short as possible with you if you just stay to the course. What I'm saying is that those who are not members of this fraternity within the Catholic Church would not know a tenet, correct?
They will know some of them, but not all.
Let me stay there briefly with you. It is not open to everybody, correct?
It is
outside of the church.
No,
you must first be a Catholic. And being a Catholic, you must elect to be part of it.
Yes.
It's not the only society in the Catholic Church.
No.
So if you are not a member of that society, you wouldn't know its value system and practices. You would agree with me?
Because we do membership drive, we share some of these value systems. And I remember even those days in Pope John, I mean...
So my point is that if you are not a member, or if you've not had the benefit of knowing the values of the society, you wouldn't know.
Exactly. That's
simple. That's the point.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me understand you on your employment history, page 2 of your CV. Let me know when you get there. You there. So, item 2, you didn't number it, but the point 2, policy advisor and political strategist to President John Dramani Mahama, 2017 to 2024. Were you on salary? Were you paid? Very well. As private medical practitioner, Afra International Hospital, 2019 to 2022, was it on salary?
Not on salary, but on there was compensation, but not on like monthly salary as had been structured.
So were you working in and performing some services and being paid?
No. For the periods that I worked, I could work, let's say, for 1 month, sometimes 2 months, and then it will be accumulated and paid.
How were you paid?
I don't understand your question. How?
I mean, you said that there was some compensation, not salary per se. You said no salary per se, the monthly salary. That's what you just said.
Yes.
Right, but you were paid.
Yes.
Were you paid on the table, cash on the table, or they paid through your account direct transfer, or they issued you a check anytime the employer needed to pay you?
It was paid directly.
Cash on the table, you mean?
Not cash on the table. Cash
dog.
In envelope.
Cash in envelope?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, you would agree with me? You would agree with me, Dr. Kwame Ayiwefriye, the nominee who is your cousin is on oath, and you are having a convo with him. And honorable nominee, my respected friend, you are on oath. You are supposed to stay away from all external convo. Is that okay? Very well. Now, you would agree with me that since you were receiving your salary, your compensation, your pay in an envelope, cash in an envelope, you would agree with me that you wouldn't know whether your employer was paying your tax or not.
I wouldn't know, but I have no reason to doubt that the employer will not pay.
Have you, within the period 2019 and 2022, did your employer, Afra International Hospital, furnish you with evidence of payment of taxes on your behalf?
No.
Given the opportunity, would you furnish this committee with proof of your taxes being paid for the period 2019 to 2022, where you, as Dr. Omane Boama, had to receive your salary in an envelope, cash on the table, in an envelope?
Definitely, since it's the responsibility of the employer, I can contact the employer. And if that is what you need, definitely.
It's statutory. It's not that what I need, with respect. I mean, when we work, we're supposed to pay. It's our duty to pay taxes.
Yeah.
And you are coming into public service. That's why you stated it on your CV. That's why I'm doing this inquisition.
Yeah.
So it's not that I need. The state needs it. Now, let me move to the next point. If I understand your CV, page 2, correctly, you are saying that the last time you were gainfully employed was November 2022, correct?
Not necessarily. And I take it as, if not well structured, it will be as if I had no income from December 2022. I had. And because I'm directly responsible for that, I even have documents to prove the tax aspect of that.
Doc, I'm taking it step by step. On your CV, point 1 on your CV, you have told this honorable committee that you worked between 2019 to November 2022. In fact, for the 2019, you did not provide us which month you started working with AFRA. Would you be able to provide us with the month you started working?
I'll check it.
Very well. That's fair. Now, in this employment, were you given a letter of appointment? Were you given a letter where your conditions of service were spelled out? Were you?
I was given a letter of appointment, and let me capture the context very well for you. It was a very teething hospital that I had to provide my service to support them to stand on their feet. And so, even at the initial stage, it was subsequently that the payments commenced. But I was okay because it was a service that I was rendering. It helped me also to sharpen my skills, not to go stale as a medical doctor while still serving my party. So yes, there was a letter of appointment along the line as a practitioner there. What I recall is the exact details of it, but I believe if I go through...
So if you say you received an appointment letter along the line,
yeah.
Are you suggesting to this honorable committee that ab initio you were not issued with an appointment letter, which letter would have to trigger a commencement of
Initially no, but the evidence abounds because a lot of the clinical work that we did were computerized. So if you want confirmation of my practice, you can find it directly on the digital platforms of the hospital.
Okay, Doc, so let's go back. On the November, you said you ended your employment in November. And I was asking you that from November 2022 up until now, have you been employed by any entity again, or that your services at AFRA International extended beyond November?
No, it didn't. And it was because around that time I needed to help my party organize a national congress, and then after that also we had our presidential primaries. I couldn't
that's fair enough. That's fair.
Time, and subsequently became director for elections and IT.
Doc,
and so I didn't.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. So let me ask you this. So you will agree to the suggestion that your work as director of IT was not an employment, correct?
I won't see it as an employment unless you want to construe it that way.
Let me qualify. Did you earn any salary or were you being paid any allowance as a director of IT?
Occasionally.
Were you paying tax on that allowance?
I paid subsequently.
What do you mean by you pay subsequently?
I've addressed all my tax obligations.
Take it easy. Doc, take it easy. I don't want us to make it clumsy. I don't want us to be all over the place. Take it easy. I want us to deal with the issue step by step. You're going to be our defense minister. Just step by step. Employment is employment. And I want to know from you that after the Afra International Hospital, November 2022, it ended, right? You've, into the mic, your response should go into the mic. Yes. And you've also told us that because of your party activities, you had to now pay attention, flag bearership, election and all. So you were occupied with that work, correct?
Correct.
So what I want to know from you is that January to December 2023, January to December 2024, were you doing any work of which you were earning salary or that you were being paid allowances?
Yes, and I have answered that as Director for Elections and IT, occasionally we were given allowance. And I've also added that for that period, 2023 and 2024, I have ensured that the requisite taxes have been paid.
I'm saying that.
But I know where you are going. That's why I'm.
No. Easy with me.
And it's here.
Chairman, you know that I have my good friend seated to your right. Please take it easy. Let's pick one at a time. So that we can end this thing quickly. I beg of you. Is that okay? All right. Now, between 2023 and 2024, you are telling this committee that your earnings, the only thing you earn, came from your job as director of IT at your party headquarters, where you were being paid occasional allowance. Is correct?
Yeah. So Mr. Chairman, this is where there was a need for me to explain this. I don't know what you see as earnings per your definition. But for instance, I have investment which I earned from, some of which have been affected by the haircut, the financial haircut. You understand? So I put all these together as my earnings, not just the limited occasional allowance that we had. And that's why I said, I know where you are heading. Because if you don't understand the question, I don't even attempt to answer it. I knew where you were heading. And that's why I said, for 2023 and 2024, that I had that personal responsibility to pay on what I was earning for those years. I have satisfied my tax obligations.
Honorable nominee.
And the committee has the tax clearance certificate before us.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable nominee. You've provided me with some additional information on your investment, which has suffered from haircuts. We'll deal with that separately. But let me ask you, the allowances that you are receiving, occasional allowances that you are receiving as director of IT from your party headquarters, were these allowances being paid into your account, or it was also in an envelope tabletop?
The Chairman, it was not paid into my account.
How did you receive it?
I normally will keep it with my directorate, and then as and when I have to spend from it, I authorize.
So you were receiving it cash? In other words, cash? Because these were allowances.
Interestingly, I never went to even receive it myself on any occasion. So I will not be able to tell. But what I know is that whenever I wanted an expenditure effected on my behalf, I will instruct, and it will be spent via Momo.
Okay, so you were receiving occasional allowance. This allowance that you received, which was an earned allowance, you had earned it, it's an income. Did you find out from your party, the director of finance of your party, whether these allowances that were paid you, per chance, they deducted taxes from it?
No.
Given the opportunity, would you want to furnish us with evidence of taxes being deducted from these allowances from your party headquarters?
Yes, if it's available.
Now, do you know how much in total 2023, 2024 you earn by way of allowances that were paid you?
I wouldn't know. I would have to check.
Okay. So we are dealt with the 2023-2024. On record, you are saying that though you received some allowances, these allowances, you never picked them directly. You normally left them with the directorate, and as and when you needed, some same was transmitted to you via Momo, correct?
Not to me.
To spend, okay. So these allowances that you earn, you ended up spending them on party activities, correct?
Some on party activities, some also on other
benevolence?
people. Yes, on other people who
benevolence.
On other people who depend on
needed me. On supports. All right. Now, so we have dealt with one leg of it. Now let's come to the information you volunteered, though it's not on your CV. Your other assets. You're saying that you have some investment, and these investments suffer some haircuts, and that you have some earnings. May I know from you, in the year 2023, how much you earned on your investment?
Chair, I wouldn't be able to sit here, and I believe the honorable member cannot answer same for
I'm
himself.
not on oath, with respect. I'm not on oath. I'm not on oath
to answer this accurately.
Doc,
and because I'm on oath, on oath, I wouldn't want to give a figure that I would not be able to.
Right, so that is fair.
Yeah.
That is fair. I wouldn't overstretch it. So, given the opportunity, Chairman, given the opportunity, will you be able to furnish this committee with how much you earn in 2023 from your investment? Would you be able to furnish us with it?
Yes, I will.
2024, did you?
Public Bank.
2024, did you earn some income on your investment?
Yes.
Given the opportunity, would you be able to? Very well. Now, in your tax assessment, did the Ghana Revenue Authority have the opportunity of knowing all that you had earned by way of investment income?
Yes.
Please, since you have your tax returns with you, yes. Now, it's a one-page document. Do you have it with you, please? You've stated there, 2023, turnover 34,858. It is stated there.
Yes.
Turnover 34,858. Chargeable income 34,858. Is it the case that you provided these figures to GRA, or they sifted same from the document you provided?
I have a tax person who helps me to do it. So I provided the information, and then this was the assessment that was made.
Which information specifically?
The earnings and everything all put together.
Through your bank statement, you mean?
Through the the earnings from the bank, that is 2024, 2023, and also a fair idea of what I had instructed to be spent from the support that the party had given me in terms of allowance.
So do I take it that the 2023 assessment is a combination of your investment with Republic Bank and the allowances that you earn from the party headquarters, correct?
Exactly.
Same to 2024,
exactly.
Correct? Very well.
That's what I was trying to explain initially.
Yes, but I have to ask you, then you provide the answer. Is that fair?
Yes.
Very well. Are you able to furnish us with the details of this investment as you've referred to?
Yes, I can.
Doc, have you had the opportunity to talk to Honorable Dominic Nito?
Yes, because we served on the transition committee together, and I had to also, as chairperson for two subcommittees, I had to also sit in as chair for the infrastructure subcommittee, and he was the chairperson there. So we co-chaired that, and subsequently we also discussed the Ministry of Defense when my appointment was announced.
Per your date of birth, you were 75 born, correct?
True.
And per the public records of Honorable Nito, he's a 1977 born. I'm disclosing that to you.
He's my junior brother.
I'm saying that he's a 77 born. So, with the benefit of that, what inspiration do you draw from him? He being younger your age, but having successfully managed the ministry for 8 years. How does that inspire you as you get into the ministry? How does that inspire you?
I don't think I would want to engage in ageism, as in young person or old person. Look, young people in this republic have served our nation very well. Old people have also served our nation very well. And the converse is true. Some young people have also performed terribly, and some old people have also performed terribly. So I always don't like it when we try to frame appointment of young people around their ages, and then when it comes to appointing old people, we seem to think that is okay.
Relax, you are not in a box. You are not in a box. Back to your CV. You have item 3 on page 2 of your CV. Ministry of Communication, February 2013 to January 2017. Then, next one, spokesperson to the President of the Republic of Ghana and minister responsible for information, July 2014 to January 2017. Please clarify that for us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The evidence speaks for itself. Between 2013 and 2017, I was the Minister for Communications. So for the entire 4 years, I was the Minister for Communications. Between July 2014, that is 1.5 years after becoming Minister for Communications, Ministry of Information and the responsibility to speak for the President was added to my portfolio. And so that also lasted up to January 2017. So if you put these two, let's say, on a time scale, you realize that the Ministry of Communications one will start, and then the information one will be 1.5 years afterwards. But they all terminated at the same point, January 2017, specifically 6th of January.
Which means that within the period, the information ministry was collapsed.
It was realigned. It was merged with the Ministry of Communications.
Doc, when your party was enacting its manifesto, did you play any role in the enactment regarding the defense policy of the manifesto?
Yes, because, and it's not just in 2024, since 2004, I've always had the privilege, whether directly at the committee level or after the document is put together, to review the entire document. And I remember very well, in reviewing the 2024 one, I was far away in London when the document was sent to me, and I reviewed it.
So you were not actively part, so to speak?
Actively part how? To review an entire document is a very laborious and energy-sapping job. So it was a very active process.
So what you're suggesting to this committee is that you were being prepared for this portfolio from what you just said?
I was asked to review the entire manifesto. Mr. Chairman, that could mean I was being
prepared. The entire manifesto?
Yes.
That okay. Mean no. That's what I'm saying.
For.
Wait. You see, Doc, earlier I said, take it easy, you are not in the box. Perhaps you didn't understand me. You see, I am asking you very specific questions to enable us make progress and finish quickly. You may have to pay attention to the specifics. When you do general, then I may have to do some follow-ups. You get what I mean? So please you pay attention. Let's deal with the defense policy of your manifesto. I'm saying that the enactment of the defense policy in your manifesto, were you part of that enactment?
Can you explain? Are you saying that was Dr. Manebuama a member of the defense subcommittee of the manifesto committee?
It is so.
Thank you. No.
Since your nomination was sent to Parliament, have you had the opportunity to engage the Defense Ministry and its hierarchy?
Yes, I've had the opportunity, and I've also had the opportunity to engage members of our defense subcommittee of the NDC manifesto.
Please share with us. I believe they've taken you through an 8-year of an administration, the ups and downs. Share with us the success stories they shared with you during this debriefing.
Mr. Chairman, one, we've been able to sustain no terrorist attack within the territory of Ghana, which is good for our country. By the time we were leaving office, there had not been any such attack. And as we speak, there has also not been any such attack. Great for our country. Again, in terms of embarking on the modernization of the army, the Ghana Armed Forces, we've seen increased recruitment. Of course, right here around this table, challenges like regional balance and the need to ensure equity and all those things have also been raised. And gender mainstreaming. That is also something that I would say was shared. Then the FOBs, that is the forward operating bases that are being constructed. Unfortunately, implementation has not matched the intention behind it, and that is something that I will pursue critically if I'm given the nod. Then, in terms of modernization efforts, were being made to procure some naval vessel, but intention is one thing, being able to operationalize it. And I believe because of the terrible economic situation, so it became difficult for the government to be able to procure it. And so we believe that governance is a continuum. And when we say we want to modernize the Ghana Armed Forces, it is not just a one-off thing. It's not an event. It will take the incremental additions that successive governments will be engaging in to be able to get our country's armed forces to the level that it must be. And then, if I may add, also the alternate to 37 military hospital, that is also being considered. I have not seen it physically, so I cannot tell the stage where it is, financing arrangements and everything. But at the right time, I believe Parliament will be seized with the right facts about them.
So you've outlined 7 success stories that at least the ministry has shared with you as achievement for the past 8 years. You've also said that on the terrible economic situation has affected one particular item.
In fact, it cuts through.
Right, it cuts through. All right. Now, in terms of our military, in your briefing, did you come across any information to the effect that the men and women in uniform are owed salaries because of the economic situation we find ourselves, whether they are owed, their salary payment is not up to date? Was there any such information?
I didn't inquire about that. That is something that we can ascertain.
Given the opportunity, would you want to ascertain and get this committee to know?
I believe this is information that Parliament even will have much more power to derive it than a minister designate. It is even out of courtesy and in advancement of our democracy that a ministry will entertain a minister designate. So if Parliament wants to know whether there are salary arrears regarding the military, it will be good for Parliament to request. Unfortunately, there's a finance minister in place. Maybe through that channel, you'll be able to have good responses.
Honorable nominee, you are the sector minister designate. You've received briefing, and obviously the income, the salaries of soldiers, such a critical thing, is not something to be taken for granted. I'm saying that, don't you think that if November or December were to be outstanding, you would have been told in the briefing?
It's my value judgment that you are seeking to derive on something that the answer should be factual. So I'm saying that if Parliament wishes to know this, Parliament should write to the appropriate quarters. I cannot sit here and pass a value judgment of the many things that were discussed, how they should have prioritized that. I don't want to go in that direction. What if I think so and it ends up that that my thinking may not be the exact situation? So I'm pleading.
Well, question asked and answered. Let's make progress. Honourable member.
Honourable nominee, my next set of questions will be anchored on some documents. To be fair to you, I've made copies and I've actually labeled them, and I have sets of questions, and I'm giving that to you, those documents to you. I have those set of documents. So with the leave of chairman, we'll pass it through the clerk so that you have it, and then we'll do some exercise on that. Is that fair?
Please do.
Chairman.
No, nominee is supposed to see. No, absolutely. Some statement is okay. So I'll wait to decide. No, we'll see what. And some are media publication. It's not attributed.
Some minorities have been
It's at large. So, Honorable Minority Leader, you will do us a favor, the particular one that you are referring to. You draw the nominee's attention to it so that he can also be on the same page with you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Let's. I've numbered them, please. Okay. Please, let's deal with number 6, please.
606.
Please, are you there with me? On number 6, was that document authored by you, please?
The MPP stopped spreading fake news from the Flagstaff House. We know the Bawumia campaign admits J.D. Mahama will win the December 7 elections. The NDC is not complacent. J.D. Mahama is focused on winning with 2/3 majority in parliament. MPP fixed Dumso and the economy. Yes.
Now, let's deal with line 1. Line 1, first sentence.
No.
At the time you wrote this, was there any such place called Flagstaff House?
Mr. Chairman, it is only by the good nature of President Mahama that his administration has sustained the name as Jubilee House. Otherwise, by now, the name would have been changed to Flagstaff House again. We all knew the place as Flagstaff House. So if you are referring to the seat of the president, that is Jubilee House, then that was referring to the Jubilee House. But everybody knows in this country, and this is not an official document. This is social media. If I write Flagstaff House, everybody knows exactly where I'm referring to.
Dr. Edward Kofi Omani Buama, you are on oath. I'm asking you a very simple question. That from this post, was there any place by Flagstaff House? If you want to say that you were referring to Jubilee House, say so.
Yes, I was referring to Jubilee House.
Very well.
Mr. Chair, but isn't it interesting that the 2/3 majority in Parliament, okay, is something that if I discuss today, I must be a very good poster. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very good poster indeed.
Chairman, if you are encouraged by what the nominee would want to veer into, and I take him there, don't again say that time. I have asked him a very simple question, and I've moved away. If now that is the style of the nominee, there's no problem. I would want us to get in there Yo. Well, I don't really mind the invitation.
Please.
Let's come to number 2. Read for me the first sentence. Read for me the first sentence.
Lest we forget. Yes, you labeled this as number 2.
Yes, is there?
Yes. Lest we forget. With an
Move to the
exclamation
second
mark.
one.
The MPP sloganeers of Ghana Beyond Aid afflicted Ghanaians with unprecedented unemployment and choking national debt, leading to pensioners demonstrating. Yeah.
Do you stand by that?
True. I stand by it.
Very well. That's fine. Did you author criminal MPP collaborating with some criminally minded officials?
Which document are you
still on 2?
Unfortunately, I don't have that here. That is not on the 2 I have. Okay, so if we can have this. So the 2 are, now let's name 1, 2 alpha, 2 beta, so that we can have different 2s. Because I have 2 of the 2s now.
The one that was just brought to you, let's focus on that one.
Yeah.
You identify that as your document, a document that you authored.
Yes.
Read for me the first paragraph or first sentence.
Criminal MPP collaborating with some criminally minded officials to register minors in Ashanti region. A minor with Ghana card.
The first sentence.
That read, criminal MPP collaborating with some criminally minded officials to register minors in Ashanti region.
Do you stand by that?
That was a report I received, and at that time they even sent the photos and the NIA card of the minors. It was during the registration exercise. It was our team that were going around that brought the report. Mr. Chairman, there is no way I'll put out information that is not coming from a credible source. At best, that a credible source may get it wrong. But in this case, they sent the images of the Ghana card and images of the children to us. That was it. Because I have always maintained that there is always so much that you could use against your opponent, particularly the MPP administration that just left office. So there's no need to dabble in rhetorics that could not be verified. I was the very person who pursued for 7 months the chunk of ballot papers that were arrested on the 7th of December. I have the evidence how I authorized the operation the 6th of January around 10 p.m. and how I finally authorized the operations around midday of the 7th of December. And it proved to be true. So I'm saying that I will never concoct something. Never.
Please, if answer the question. Any further question?
Did you verify the supposed information to ascertain its authenticity prior to authoring what you authored?
Thank you very much. At that time, we had all, with great effort, demanded even NIA to even publish district by district issuance of Ghana cards. NIA wouldn't budge. Where was I to verify this from? If your officers on the ground have sent you the evidence that this is Ghana card, a minor that is being registered, if I could have any other way of verifying, why not? I would have. But I had no doubt about it. And I'm saying that all the sources, including theft of biometric voter registration kits from the headquarters of the Electoral Commission, I got them from sources.
Honorable nominee, the question has been answered. Let's make progress. Honorable nominee, try as much as possible to avoid repeating the answers. Just go straight to provide an answer to the question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Doc.
Lawyer.
The criminal NPP, that statement, if somebody, MPP, does not operate in name, MPP operates through individual party members and leaders. In your earlier answer, trying to justify what you wrote, you said, among other things, that your officers on the ground gave you some feedback and you had no reason to doubt them. Were they able to provide you with names of individuals who, according to them, were involved in this criminal act?
Yes, at the time they did. It's unfortunate, I mean, like we all do, I cannot trace back to get those details. But if my memory serves me right, I can even mention the particular constituency where that thing was taking place.
Honorable nominee, there's no need to mention the particular constituency, so let's make progress.
So you do not really have
mentioning names
available to you the names of those individuals who were involved in this criminal act that you refer to in your post?
At this time, I don't. At the time, I did. Because I've dealt with far more critical issues, data of corrupted voters, register files, and all those things. At the time, I did. At this time, no.
And we go to 3.
Is this 3?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Has it been marked 3?
Yes, it's been marked 3.
What is the headline there? Can you read?
Omane Boama condemns MPP's liberal land looters.
Did you write that NPP had looted state land? Did you write that?
Yes, I did.
Tell us the basis of your assertion that NPP had looted state lands.
The basis is that the lands are administered by a government. The lands are administered by a government. And from the narration of the people who were trying to take possession at 2 a.m., they had claimed it was theirs. Who else can give the land to them apart from the government of the day?
Doc, I've known you for some time.
Very long time.
And I know what is a political statement and what is a statement of fact. In the story referring to Ghana International School, the security and the fact that somebody followed that tipper truck to pour some gravels and all. In all fairness, is there anything stating that the person had actually acquired the land from the state and that person is an MPP?
I think you are, no, but I think you are taking it as, when we say a land looter, it is just the one who is going to benefit from it, a beneficiary. No. No.
Educators, I'm happy.
In fact,
I'll just delve into this and stay here for a little while. No problem.
In fact, I think when it comes to land looting, we, the politicians in office who sit and allow this unconscionable enterprise to happen are more looters than even those who benefit from it.
Honorable nominee, are you familiar with Cantonment? Very well.
I've lived there for 7 years, so I should be from 2010 all the way to 2016. Yeah, so 2016, 2017. So I'm familiar with cantonments.
Are you familiar with how land transactions between the state and private persons take place? Are you familiar with it?
I don't know the extent that you are alluding to, so I will not be able to say yes.
Are you familiar with Ridge?
Yes, at least. We all drive past Ridge. So, yes.
You are aware that in the Ridge area, we have state lands there. You are aware?
Yes.
You are aware that in the Roman Ridge area, we have state lands there?
Yes.
You are aware that in the Laboni Cantonment Enclave, we have state lands?
Cantonments, yes. Laboni, maybe Laboni Secondary School, yes. I don't know about any other places where we may have at Laboni.
So, this looting, and you've emphasized something there, the looting of state land by politicians
in office.
In office. It's unconscionable for politicians to, I mean, complete that. I mean, I just want you to provide.
I'm not
clarity.
sure I'll be able to evoke the exact words, and since I'm under oath, so maybe the table office can get that. But you can summarize it to capture the import of what I meant.
On what basis did you relate GIS land? GIS is of acquiring the land from the state, by the way. You are aware of that. Because that area where GIS is situated, and all the lands that GIS as an institution owns are state land that GIS has acquired. Do you know that?
I don't know that as a fact.
So if you don't know that as a fact, on what basis would you conclude that somebody alleging, GIS alleging that portions of its land being taken by a Ghanaian or an individual amount to NPP looting land in cantonment?
I think you are basing your discussion on what Ghana Web I published. The source was not just Ghana Web about this discussion. So don't restrict yourself to just what Ghana Web published. It was about allocation, that it had been allocated, and that is why the individuals had gone there at 2 a.m. to do what they were doing. Ghana Web here is only publishing my post and adding what I will call their editorial aspect to the post. So we need to separate where...
So read aloud your post. Let's deal with your post. Let's forget about Ghana Web. Let's deal with your post. Read aloud your post.
Unfortunately, my post is not even here. It's just the headline. The actual post is not here. The entire thing becomes a story, and even Ghana Web sources it to a different media house. So we need to distinguish.
Doc, I know you to be a very sincere person.
Very, very.
And I respect you for that. You are under oath. You see, read the entire document. Read everything. Read everything.
The Director of Elections and IT for the Opposition National Democratic Congress, Dr. Omane Boama, has condemned what he described as the activities of land looters under the current New Patriotic administration. His comments come after an attempted land grab at GIS in Cantonment, Accra, was foiled by the school's security team and local police. Mr. Boama, in a Facebook post dated September 5, 2024, praised the school's management for standing firm against what he termed liberal land looters. The incident reportedly occurred in the early hours of Saturday, August 29, 2024, when a tipper truck loaded with sand arrived at the school property's gate at around 2 a.m., attempting to dump its load on the land. Franklin Ponsa Mensah, principal of GIS, recounted that the school's security personnel acted swiftly and called in the cantonment's police for support. A plainclothes individual driving a Toyota Camry with registration number ER 29723 also arrived on there's something that is missing, insisting that the truck be allowed to enter that is also missing, but they capture everything here. Also arrived on the scene, insisting that the truck be allowed to enter the property. Okay. However, the combined efforts of the school's security team and police officers prevented the unauthorized entry and potential illegal takeover of the land. Expressing gratitude to the security team and police, Mr. Boama condemned the brazen attempt to seize the property. This is also obfuscated, but it's repeated here. Expressing gratitude to the security team and police, Mr. Boama condemned the brazen attempt to seize the school's property. And then they quote me, but they have put something there and quoted. It's not like this. This one I can identify.
Doc.
So
Doc. Did the publication misquote any aspect of your post?
Honorable, this is as far back as September 2024.
Yes, please.
And under oath, I will not. Look, if I see this,
Honorable nominee,
I know that this is
honorable nominee. Take it easy.
So I wouldn't know.
When you are reminded that you are under oath, the question that followed is read your posts. And your response was to the effect that this is not your post.
No, this is not like my Facebook
post. So now, what I will want to do is that if the honorable ranking is having your post that he wants you to read, different from what they have written somebody has written based on your post, then he can also read your post louder.
No, the thing is, if it had come, let's say, if this...
Yeah, I understand that this is somebody's story based on your post, but this is actually not your post.
I wouldn't be able to tell if what is in quotation marks, all of it is attributed to me.
To you, but this is not your post. That is why I'm saying that if he by chance have your post as a result of which this publication was made by another person, then he should be dealing with you regarding your post, but not what somebody has written based on your post. Because in effect, you are not the author of that. Are you the author of that? What you've read, are you the author?
The entire document, no.
Yes.
Is a journalist writing.
Taking
leave from.
Thank you very much. Let's make progress.
Honorable nominee, do you disagree with the content of the publication, which publication refers to your 5th September Facebook post? Do you disagree with the content?
I don't have a disagreement with the content.
Then I shall proceed to put you the necessary question since you don't disagree with it. So this is the point I want to make. The issue between that so-called claimant to part of the GIS land, the issue between that claimant who was claiming part of GIS land, which came to your attention, that very matter of somebody claiming GIS land and all, how does that relate to MPP looting?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have said here that such acquisitions or illegal acquisitions, the person must be a very bold investor to want to go and take GIS land without some authorization. But if for the purposes of today, you want to say that because it was a private person going to take GIS's land, so I should not have linked it to the MPP, I can understand you. But we can always get to the bottom of this matter to know who that person is and whether the person was even acting on behalf of someone, and know the processes that led to that bold invasion of GIS's land at 2 a.m. So I can understand what you are saying, that the person is a private person acting on his own without any authorization from any government, without any documentation from any government, but the person just went and decided to take over part of GIS's land. If that is the view that is being expressed, then I agree with you that I should not have added MPP to it.
Especially so, Honorable Nominee, when the person moved in at 2 a.m. But when you are dealing with a matter and your respected friend or brother sincerely proceeding in a path, you don't litigate. And I would say that your honest admission that it was inappropriate to have linked MPP to it, I would not pursue. No, some of your guests are participating in this process, so let us spend a little time there. Chairman, Honorable Nominee, do you concede that the subject matter resulting in your post was inappropriate to the extent that you linked it to NPP?
Mr. Chairman, I have said that for the purposes of today's discussion, today's vetting, and I use if it is the case that the person was just a bold investor without any authorization, decided to invade part of GIS's land, then I should not have linked MPP to it. But this is a matter that I will pursue to know the root cause of this particular boldness, because I know capital moves in directions where its peace and security will be assured. So I'll be very surprised that an investor would do such a thing, but it's possible. So why not? Let's go by the scenario that you have set. If that is what it was, then I should not have linked MPP to it.
You would agree with me that at the time you put out the post, you did not verify the source of the person's claim. You would agree with me?
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minority Leader is in opposition, and even when you are in government, it's very difficult to verify. Even when your party is in government, it's very difficult to verify some of these things. So it's a good position that you are taking. However, considering the circumstances at the time, where was I supposed to call the Honorable Lands Minister then, or the Executive Secretary of the Lands Commission, or the Land Title Registry? Who was I to call to have a fair response? That's why I'm saying, considering the scenario that you have set, perfect. If that is it, then I shouldn't have linked MPP to it. But trust me, and you know me, when I say I'll pursue something, I will pursue it.
Doc, simple. At the time you put out your post, you did not have evidence at your hand that it was an MPP generated action and same amounted to looting at the time you put out your posts.
The circumstantial evidence was strong. However, if you want hard evidence, no.
Chairman, Honorable Nominee says that to verify is normally difficult. May I know from you whether you are aware of the law we passed, the RTI law? You are aware, the right to information law that we passed as a public officer?
I'm aware.
Now, did you explore relying on your rights under RTI to pursue this matter prior to putting out that post at the time?
Honorable Leader, the nominee is not a lawyer, so you should find out from the nominee whether, having realized that law, he knows any right available for him under the law first. Then you can proceed to ask whether he has explored that right.
Learned Senior, I take a cue from you. We are all learning here. That's fair enough. Okay, so back to your question so that we can make progress. You are aware of the existence of the Right to Information Act?
I'm aware.
You are also aware that under the law, you as an ordinary citizen can invoke your right to request for any information from any public institution. You are aware?
Mr. Chair, I have not read the law, but it's an information that has come to my attention. However, just as the information that came to my attention through mass media is being contested today, I'm in a dilemma whether to push my understanding that that is the case that I can apply or I cannot. But I strongly believe it's something that I can apply. But it is not that I have read the law. It is that it is understanding of the law that I have gleaned from discussions on the law. But the right to information has had its own issues. If you talk to anti-corruption activists,
Chairman gave you a cue. Chairman gave you a cue. Specifics. Please help matters. Your guests are becoming impatient with me, but you are the cause. Now,
I'm not.
This 2 a.m. intruder, whose action has resulted in this huge post. Did you, the 2 a.m., the claimant today, the one who sent a tipper truck to the GIS land, that's the reference point. I'm coming back to a question there. You did a post based on an individual sending a tipper truck with gravels to be poured on GIS, a portion of GIS land, which through the vigilance of the security, the person was not successful. Question: this very person, did you get to know his name prior to the posting?
Mr. Chair, no. However, remember that I have said looting of state lands is not just the responsibility of the beneficiaries. It's a process. And so we need to conceptualize looting of state lands within this framework. Otherwise, we will only go after those who loot the lands and leave those who facilitate the looting.
So let's deal with the looting. When you say looting and those who facilitate, what do you mean by looting? When you use that word looting, what exactly do you mean? Let's understand it in its ordinary context. What do you mean by looting?
What I mean by looting of state lands is several. One, that practice which today has left many civil servants trekking longer distances to ministries to work because politicians, under the guise of all kinds of policies in failing this, that, sell state lands to individuals, some in public office, some retired, some business people, and sometimes even at very ridiculously low amounts. It is one of the variants.
So, fortunately, you are going into the Ministry of Defense. Now, let's go to chain homes. Chain home.
What is chain homes?
No, I will explain. Don't worry. Just take it easy. Doc, I'll get it. Chain homes, that estate at Chado, which land was originally owned by the military. That land, that whole area. I'm giving you a background. You said you didn't know. I'm giving you a background.
I want to ask a question.
No, you can't ask. I'm laying a foundation. I said something and you wanted clarity. So let me help. I'm saying that Chado area where Chain Homes, that estate is currently situated. Just by it, you see the military cemetery. I'm saying that that whole enclave belonged to the military high command of this country. I'm laying a foundation. And as a result of this loot you are referring to, a private citizen with a registered entity acquired it from the state. At the time they were getting on the land, the military stopped them several times. Severally, they were stopped. Then eventually, they had access to the land and they built that estate. Would you, as Minister of Defense, be interested in how this land was acquired from the military? Because the whole enclave was estate land. Would you be interested in finding out how the land was acquired by this entity to develop it into this first-class estate facility?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be interested in knowing every military land that has gotten into private hands. But what I want to know is it the case that that Chain Homes enclave was owned by the military? I believe with your blessing, when I get there, I will be able to know whether it was owned or if a leader can also assist subsequently with what the components of the ownership is. That will be great.
Thank you very much for your answer, leader.
Chairman.
Let's proceed.
Chairman, I would want to go to number 5.
Chairman, let me seek your guide in this matter. Chairman, with all due respect, leader may have an unlimited opportunity to ask questions. But I'm so concerned as the majority chief whip, who is the vanguard of government business. The ranking member cannot take 3 hours to ask his questions. So if he says that he will continue tomorrow, we have to go back and come back tomorrow. There must be a limit to what he's doing. In any case, we have 4 other nominees who are waiting. So as the government chief whip, I am so concerned about the procedure it's adopting.
Is affected on the floor.
And the government business is affected. You are supposed to lay a report. Because of this, you are unable to move. And the serving report is in abeyance. And we are allowing the ranking member to go on and on, the people's address and all that. So Chairman, can we have a guide that when the ranking member has the opportunity to ask his questions, can he have 30 minutes? Can he have 1 hour? Can he have 2 hours? So that when that duration is exhausted, we can make progress. Because where I am sitting, the calls I'm getting from my government and the party is I'm under pressure. I'm under pressure. Yes, government business can make progress. If the ranking member, who is the opposition leader, says, I will vet for 3 days. No.
Honorable members, with all due respect, I belong to a school of thought that believes in the fact that when a procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, you follow that procedure in exercising the right. By practice, convention, and agreement at this committee's meeting, it was resolved that a ranking member of the committee would have unlimited number of questions to ask. I do not believe that any member of the committee available at which that decision was taken should come to the floor and take a decision contrary to what we have agreed upon, contrary to the practice and conventions. So please, let us not create the impression that this is the first time that a ranking member and a minority leader will be having unlimited number of questions to ask. So please, the public is of the view that I have the power to stop ranking member when he's asking a question. I do not want that view to be fortified by any member of the committee. We've all agreed that we are going by the old convention and practice that ranking member of the committee would have unlimited number of questions to ask. So we are leaving it to the discretion of the ranking member, whether he will be reasonable about asking the question or he wants to ask the question till tomorrow. That is the instruction that we have agreed upon, and that is what exactly I am doing. So public, general public, please take note.
Thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, may I inform you that you can take a break to use the washroom, take water, get a snack, and would accommodate you. It's your right. Honorable Ken Oforiatta had 2 days of vetting, and in between he was allowed coffee break. He was able to take some break and came back and all that. So that was it.
Mr. Chairman, I think that the honorable ranking.
You don't have the floor.
Chairman, you see, this is a house of records. Mr. Chairman, this is a house of records.
Honorable ranking member, you don't have the floor. You are not a member of this committee, so you don't have the floor.
Presenting the facts. As a former member of this committee,
Honorable
there was a reason why.
I will not agree on this disorderly behavior. I don't want to invoke the necessary orders.
Honorable nominee, please kindly have a look at number 5. Number 5, please. Kindly read aloud number 5, what you posted there.
MPP government, you cannot give Ghana's lithium away for peanuts and turn around to tax electricity.
Doc, please, are you aware that at the time that you made this post, the lithium agreement was before Parliament for scrutiny?
It's possible. It's possible. I won't contest it.
And I am, at the risk of being immodest, suggesting to you that in all fairness to the government, this was most inappropriate to say that the lithium, Ghana's lithium, was being given away for a peanut.
Can I respond?
Yes, I've asked the question.
We differ in opinion. For instance, if I'm to go into what we can use lithium for, okay, what we can use lithium for, we will not treat lithium like other minerals, even if this is a bit enhanced. So you may have to understand where some of these thoughts are coming from. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but also agree with my position and respect it, because I'm looking at the alternate use of lithium.
Thank you very much. Can we make progress?
Honorable nominee, greatest respect to you. At the time you made this post, had you seen the draft lithium agreement? Had you seen them?
Honorable, such questions, with the greatest of respect, are unfair to citizens. It takes away the role of the fourth estate of the realm. Unless we are to say that citizens should not take anything.
Honorable, I only ask you whether, respectfully.
I have not seen it.
Not, no, sure.
And even to date, I have not seen it.
Yes, right. It's okay. I don't want, I would. So you confirm that at the time you made this post, that government was selling lithium at a peanut. You had not seen the agreement. You confirm?
I had not seen the agreement, but I had seen reports coming from reputable media houses.
No. I'm talking about the agreement. You had not seen the agreement.
I've answered that, and I've also suggested that I have read reports coming from reputable media houses.
Which media houses did you read their reports? Which media houses?
It includes the multimedia group.
The multimedia. Did you read it on their website?
Mr. Chair, I'm unable to recall exactly what happened like 2 years ago. This was,
Thank you very much.
Or like about a year ago, exactly where I read.
Thank you very much. You've answered the question. Please, let's make progress. This is another document.
Yes, the one that you didn't have there. Correct, so I thought it, so you should read it.
But didn't they do what I'm doing now to me? You were sitting here when they were doing this.
Darling, come on. Give it to give to.
Honorable nominee, most respectfully, you have in your hand a document. First, identify the document. Is it a document that was authored by you? Please.
Mr. Chair, Honorable Leader is back to the GIS land.
Because at the time, Chairman, I took a cue from Chairman that because it was a media reportage, it would be fair for us to get a source document, which you yourself said it wasn't a source document. So there's a document in your hand. I just want to know from you, first of all, whether this was a document authored by you.
Honorable, yes. You see, we need to distinguish between posts like this, which I can see my profile on and everything, you understand? As compared to something printed on this, you understand? And to expect me, after several months, to say that page 1, page 2, I should confirm it's a document.
That's okay.
It's very unfair.
Doc, that's okay. That's okay. Doc, please, the document in your hands.
Which one?
The one I just gave you.
Okay.
Doc, be patient with me, respectfully.
I'm very patient.
Yeah,
with
sure.
you.
So,
and I thought,
no, we relax.
Mr. Chair, if you permit me, I thought we had settled on this matter. That if his view is that this was a very bold investor who had no approvals from government, just went in and decided to loot part of GIS's land, then if we are to go by that, then I should not have linked MPP to it. But I said I don't believe that kind of situation is the case. And I promise here that I will investigate it as a citizen of Ghana to get to the bottom of it. So I thought we had settled this matter about GIS's land. His scenario, I considered that if his scenario was the case, then I shouldn't have linked MPP to it.
Chairman, with that explanation and clarity, I would not pursue your post-verbatim. No, Doc. I am with you. I'm acting in fairness to you, because your earlier statement did not get to where you've just gotten to. That is why I brought back the exact post you made. If that is the position you've taken, Chairman, if that is the position, then I will not pursue that document. And I'm being very fair with you.
Very well.
I'm just being very fair. If
very well.
That's the concession you've made, then we don't need to pursue that. So let's move on.
Yeah.
Let's
exactly.
have some soft issues.
Let's move on.
Doc,
honorable nominee
with me. If you
honorable nominee
politics with me, then don't
when the question
be irritated when we start the politics. I am here.
Honorable nominee.
Then you want to do party.
The question asks, you answered that it's for some time. It's not a direct post where you will be able to see the document and admit that this is my post. So therefore, you have a difficulty accepting whether this is your post or not. And the questioner is saying that if that is your answer, he wants to abandon any further question on that and proceed on another angle. So let's take it in good faith and allow him to proceed on another angle, but not what you are not able to identify whether it is your post or not your post.
And let me remind you on a lighter note that the fact that I'm grilling you does not mean that when you get there and you are supposed to give protocol allocation, you deny me. I'm telling you, you cannot, because yes, there is, and committee members benefited. Yes, there is something like that. When I was a defense committee member, your ranking, your members benefited. I am saying it on authority. They did. They even had more than with the MPP members. They did. I'm not. That's a fact. Canada, Japan was a chair of the Defense and Interior Committee. They benefited. So I'm telling you that when you are giving, don't think that because I grilled you, you will not allocate.
Honorable ranking member.
I did.
Honorable ranking member, I have also been in this house for some time. I was a member of parliament and at a point became the ranking member for Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee, a very important committee of parliament. But I know nothing called protocol. What really happened is that our constituents will come with the form. Then as a member of parliament, you have to be pleading with the sector ministers whether or not they can help. So that is what I know. But I have not seen a situation where they say that a member, you have this number of people, go to your constituency and bring them to come and join military. And I'll keep on making this particular point to the Ghanaians. So I beg, please, if some people were treated that way, then there is an element of discrimination. Because some of us didn't know what is even protocol. We go to beg. You plead like you are becoming a defense minister. It is time for recruitment into the military. You will see members of parliament coming to your office to come and plead and intervene on behalf of their constituents. But you won't tell them that, oh, I have 10 members, go and bring them automatically to come and join the military. That is not it. So let me use the opportunity to clear the doubts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Recruitments and enlistments will follow the rules of engagement strictly. You have my assurance.
Honorable nominee, what is your party's or your government defense policy? What is your government's defense policy?
To ensure a safe, peaceful, and prosperous nation that is respected among the Committee of Nations.
Do you have that enactment as contained in your manifesto with you? What you've just said?
You would have to put a lot together, because you should know that the manifesto one are promises. For government policy, okay, the party has transitioned into government. You are vetting the minister designate. You are vetting the minister. You are vetting the minister designate. And actually, the defense policy document is as old as 2012, thereabout. Mr. Chair.
Do you have a copy of your manifesto with you?
I do.
You have it in soft?
Yes, soft.
Please open the aspects that deals with the defense policy of your government. We need to have some exercise there. I have some questions for you on your defense policy as a government. You made a lot of promises. Let's deal with some questions on your defense policy.
Public safety, 148. Yes. Mr. Chair, I'm there.
Proceed to read it aloud and in extenso.
Mr. Chairman, it's quite lengthy. So if you are to...
You have a preamble to read?
Public safety and security. Public safety and security have declined significantly since...
No. Is that your defense policy?
You will... They go... You see, you need to take it. Honorable, you need to take
preamble to your defense policy.
So you want the Ghana Armed Forces?
Page what? I have your defense. I have your... Wait. I have it here with me. Wait.
Exactly. So that's why I took it from 6.4. If you want Ghana Armed Forces, it's 6.4.7.
Momento. Yes, that's your 6.4. What paragraph are you referring to?
Exactly. So that's why I'm trying to...
Paragraph, Honorable.
Honorable, I'm trying to guide that if you want Ghana Armed Forces, go to 6.4.7.
Wait.
If you want public safety...
No, but public safety has nothing to do
6.4.
with your defense policy.
Oh,
my respected colleague, Honorable Boama, would want to...
Honorable, they are
come in,
linked.
provide the guide.
That is why the defense
sorry.
strategy...
Chairman, I'm sorry. Chairman, I'm sorry.
They are linked.
Chairman.
Is it the abridged version or the full version? This is the full version.
I have the full version, Chairman. Sorry.
Let me hear Honorable Boama.
I think leader wants to end, but wants you to look at the preamble to the entire security architecture. That is 6.4, where it talks about the retooling, professionalism. That's short paragraph. I'm sure from there you go to the police, fire service, armed forces. We've read your manifesto, we understand it.
Yes, so that is why...
We know the paragraphs. That's why we directed you to 6.4. So that's all.
Thank you.
That's all he wants to know.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Nominee, you are accordingly guided. You now know what you should read.
Yes. So 6.4, public safety and security. Public safety and security declined significantly since 2017. We have seen an explosion of violent crime, partisan political capture of security services, and falling professional standards. The next NDC government will critically review the national security architecture and comprehensively implement reforms to ensure professionalism. The reforms will primarily focus on equipping all security agencies to effectively execute their mandate towards ensuring the well-being, personal safety, and security in Ghana. The following policies will be implemented. Then it goes...
Hold on a second. Let's stop there. Now, would you be surprised from what you just said? And I will quote: public safety and security have declined significantly since 2017. We have seen an explosion of violent crime, partisan political capture of security services, and falling professional standards. I'll pick it one after the other. One, would you be surprised with statistics from the Ghana Police Service to the effect that public safety and security have rather improved? Would you be surprised to receive statistics, data from the Ghana Police Service that since 2017 up until now, we have seen an improved public safety and security? Would you be surprised to see that data and statistics? You'll be surprised.
Yes.
Very well. Next. Would you again be surprised to receive data and statistics from the police that we have seen a reduction in violent crime since 2017? Would you be surprised?
Yes.
All right. Now, Doc, I suggest to you that what you just read has nothing to do with the defense policy of your government. I want to suggest that to you.
Honorable, you see, this is why you should have listened to me. Because to have a defense policy, it has to be a progeny of the national security architecture. And that was even what was lacking in the 2012 or so defense policy. At the time that there was no national security strategy. So that is why I was asking, should I go and read Ghana Armed Forces? Is that what you are asking for? Or you want the entirety? Honorable, please, I need your attention. Yes.
Have our attention.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. So I'm saying that I was trying to make that point, that defense policy emanates from a bigger national security strategy, architecture. So you cannot just zoom into the Ghana Armed Forces. That is why I took it from there. And then when you said no, I then went down to the Ghana Armed Forces. Then I was asking you, should I read Ghana Armed Forces? The Honorable Buama said, no, I should go back to the public safety and security. So, if you guide me appropriately and provide exactly what you want, I have the document here. I brought it because of questions such as this, so that we can refer. I will gladly read them, whichever one that you want.
Honorable nominee, you stated in your CV that you were a Catholic, correct? A practicing one, for that matter.
Yes, correct.
To what extent would you, a Roman Catholic? Which parish, please?
Christ the King. Christ the King.
Very well. To what extent has the Catholic Church prepared you in moral values to the extent that you are able to embrace diversity, especially as you assume this office as Defense Minister of your country?
Thank you very much. I owe my ability to even be in national politics partly to what I went through in the Catholic Church. We spoke about the Cadet Commandery 403 in Koforidua, which I was president of. You come across several people, both are privileged and underprivileged youth. You deal with all of them coming from different backgrounds. As a former mass servant, you come across many people. Again, we've interacted with several priests, both foreign and Ghanaian priests, who really exposed us to the real world and answered our questions, some of them which bordered on even the Trinity and all. So in terms of diversity, the Catholic Church is a very diverse church, people from all walks of life, several backgrounds, and I have interacted with them, and I still continue to interact with them.
So how does this background prepare you to embrace the diversity you are going to face at the Defense Ministry?
I go there not just as somebody that the Catholic Church has prepared. I go there as someone who has been baked in many ways through different experiences. My work with the military, medical practice, other political engagements, and everything. So it is holistic. The values that we've been taught, the Christian value of tolerance, is also something that leads me, and I believe that even people who deliberately would decide to take me on the rough road, they believe that he's very forgiving. So he's likely to forgive them. That is why they continue to do it. So I'm going to the ministry as a very tolerant person, somebody who believes in the doctrine of love your neighbor as yourself.
Of course, your faith is well-founded.
Extremely.
Let me conclude by saying that this morning there was a little issue about your appearance. We had received some information to the effect that you were to be here at 9. Apparently, the letter to you stated 11. And I think my respected colleague at the bar, Madam Joyce Bawa Mutari, was quick to alert us. But this was after I had passed some comment. Let me unreservedly say sorry to you to the extent that some listeners and viewers had construed that to mean that you were late in coming to us. I mean, I think it is only fair that I, in your presence, reiterate that point. So it was no fault of yours. That said, I have nothing useful to add to all the questions I've asked you. I wish you well. You would hear from us as a committee. Thank you very much, sir.
Honourable members, thank you very much. Let me also add that apology for any comment coming from any member of the committee regarding you coming before us late. In the morning, I stated clearly to all the members of the committee that in life, patience is the key. So sometimes we need to be patient. There is an adage in my language that it is out of patience that you will be able to operate an ant so as to be able to see the intestine. So patience is a cardinal point in life, so that we hasten slowly. Honourable members, at long last, we've come to the end of the vetting of the minister designate for defense. Honourable members, permit me to proceed to recognize his guests. We have in our midst Lieutenant General Bismarck Onwuna, Chief of the Army. We have Vice Admiral Issa Yakubu, Chief of the Naval Staff. We have Air Commodore Eric Ajafrimpong, Acting Chief of the Air Staff. We have Honorable Joyce Bawa Muntari, Senior Presidential Advisor and Special Aide. We have Honorable Marietta Brew Opon, or Apia Opon, former Attorney General and Minister responsible for justice, now legal advisor to the President. We have Honorable Faustina Nelson, Senior Comrade. We have Obobia Dako Opoku, Deputy Communication Director, NDC. We have Mahdi Jibril, Deputy Election Director, NDC. And we have Tanko Rashid, Deputy Election Director, NDC. We have Regional Chairman, Ashanti, Upper West, Western North, and Eastern Region. And we also have Honorable Dr. Kobna Dufo, former Minister responsible for Finance. You are all welcome. If I've not been able to mention your name, you are also welcome. Honorable nominee, you will surely hear from the committee and you are hereby discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
The next nominee should take his seat.
Yes. No line.
Honorable, please take it.
Yo, me that's be na so kwase ye say hia pa na ye hwade ba ko pa ehyan ayebu enye guso me ka ye health ye hwade e boni for internal organs and I say niema e we mu ahinta empempi say me ka say where is my eye won say be kire ye external be hu but internal organs no de ye say be emfe ani hu ena yade bia na say how be e ba external me hu bia no ele ka affect internal ones no answer. Example, fancy obi akoma head internal say enye adwuma yana se pompo ye nya ye so nya high blood pressure na se BP. Obi se bi bia na liver ana se ne brebo enye adwuma wi a ye hepatitis bi ebe mana se bibi how bi eba liver ho na de sunsanso aba obonsa afi no odidi keto ebe odidi a onye kesida ne ne asa ye pill ensem bebre. Obi esebe ne kidney na se ne sa ho aka obonsa ne jonso sem enye ye sebe question mark enti because say internal organs e bia ho ka ene my effect external me hu se nipa no enye disease condition na say ne ho mfa no na ne ye hwe sa internal organs no ene kwefa so bo ho ban na me etmedi quantity amai yedi ka for the friend liver anaasɛ obrɛboɔ brɛboɔ no adwuma ne sɛ brɛboɔ no sɛ so for the them metabolism anaasɛ unse wodidi a in biochemistry or different catabolism and anabolism as Jen said udidi a yes a breaking proteins in back them into peptides them the sarco beam to amino acids na amino acids ni a bloodstream nim na blood na epike we are now building blocks I bet me I produce fancy walnut tissues say sikan twa wo say produce back bibia ye wani nourish the peduano nema more of RBCs me can say red blood cells ye nyina say me moja do e wa akram different moja do e open mu ye nyina be say ma building blocks ye build emoja globin no the iron no the ade kama na me building blocks now ye di carbohydrate na say the dia a carbohydrate na say coconut senso di fufu no ne nam adu ye no me ka carbohydrate part asin banche ne body na so break down but for the maltose no na ba glucose nim na fe da peke from bacteria tissues na fe black capillaries no na adwane moja no na fe glucose no so no adanda ne ani na ma ATPs na say ahoden a ye betuma to yensa kwaba. Now, nipadua kwa air responsible said when you would a breaking it down. Now, mouse building blocks no. Now, sorry, building blocks are build up no. Any will live an answer brebo. It's Russia so be live an answer brebo Cassiapa. Ebiani would do so fast. So to one say, oh, did this say the hotel not here? One say, near say fit and say, building blocks of blood no crown so the hole. After both so my boss and the Yefnason, a cracker, no crunk and kitty so as I say, there be also no friend, why it's no as in the sons, Ebiani would you know for so be this. When you say, Fanny say, sir, how Abba make a KNUS bar department 2004. Yes, a project was to be brassing. Say you share the pedria quality in organs. No, fan say ye idea be fan say nipa liver function test liver but the born and yet may ye into maybe no the onya some faso. Ye int me nya authority and I say and what be many per chrono. Ye int me detoxify and I say ye wash it in liver no and rejuvenate money ye may yada. You might be a yebi. And your compound when you are food supplement and has herbal supplement I was so lack natural clinic. We are not claiming anything. What we are saying is a supplement research crown a herbal supplement a bit me about a detoxify. In other words, a wash your liver no and I say my liver no I do my SNK obi a liver function test. It took about 6 parameters. Your range over checking on out overboard. And tomu ebi below ebi onto am ehun kakra bam chese wo liver enye adwuma wi a so lack na chaka na si da bi yenya herbal medicine na say herbal supplement ebetimi abo awoshe o kidney no mu detoxify awoshe wo liver no detoxify na bo rejuvenate na what etma ye adwuma senkaye to one say it will a period of a month 2 months no almost all parameters or your liver function test no out of place ni na aba in place after the problem so the dia what shall say build wo ye kese say organs na shall say adwuma. Number 2 aye chair pa ye 3.5 years ho recently kidney na say o sa no because Nancy said that 1 2 na kidney more block kidney dey kidney net and I say sieve asa the function back up and the sonny moja so na yifin efrim on si sapane ye ya abenkwan a ye ya abenkwan ne mefe ne adwene nyina ye wo wi a ye de gu sonne mu na ye CV to ye CV abon se chaff ne abene nyina aka ye sonne nim na ensuo na aba now kidney na sa wo sa ne ye dwuma ne se e sonne moja ne so na ma yifin ne nyina efrimu na afa twin na be fa ye urine na pass ko na e moja na etme do afusa ne ye. And idea be a man nets in I stacked and that blocky took your nets in Biana and making me. Now, Sani man, you itemize currently because of kind of situation that all Ghana hunting, you items Macbooks have means and best you home for home. Number 1, they offend heavy metals. They can't heavy metal, they can't cadmium, arsenic, lead. Sani man, we are any quine say a buy a moo. Question is say a quine fast buy a moo. You want that say? Most of yenkuya for your take your phone inafo obuakoto agrochemicals bi ya try withdrawal say who sprayer 2 weeks and now 3 weeks and so twa sane man dey bedwa so most time as a biochemist so case main design example ekuredromawa me ekuredromawa ko main design ma no mefa pathway be na mepeke se me pesa me na acute no wuntema mefa na respiratory tract ade a me de kwa be block no respiratory tract no ontimi home se be ya ebetuma ku akura ne ntem Now, something similar, any tardy pesticide, we decide, make an enemy you go in for so. Dear say, Fancy say, wo for so answer, oh, sir, what to say, Bruna, Yatra won't say, said we use no, we use what chain 3 weeks, chain 3 weeks, yeah, they can say, we 3 weeks, no, those metals, it may break it down, yeah, they can home, self destructive, a quack when we are, and one good home. Within that time, once we don't want time now, so now I shall know come. And then you want to say, Obiabo spray on F4 can kind of vegetables in the street. 2 weeks in so 1 month and so yeah. A sans I fresh opus content and what chat ya baby so. Meanwhile, so sans market one so yenny machine detecting into one say ni played now codimu. A quasi up most of those metals no. I say echo blocking nephron net and second net na shall say the however. Ye twin now, ye perceive now, oh yeah, be a banner say be ya, ye bidding your transaction. Yes, son say, can withdraw na ya cano. Anya sane back in the business ya per once I no. Who did what once or Nasa shall say peja because a free at time mojanim. If I'm Andrew Dim, ya once or Nasa peja. I've also home here is so. I've also done such a crab in Eba, a born kaye. Ebio, ya papa, ya can't almost chronic disease a whole lot make us a bit severe, or be a diabetic, or be BP. Send no na ya chance who use for a long period of time on so. Ya na sebi a more to back if it to kidney so. It woma a da side no so bon say with time na we use by 15-20 years no now na say peji kakra e cancel the side effects no ebio example so obi diabetic e moja no glucose o moja no e dose no do because pancreas e be produce enough insulin ma I won't say sugar so no sebi sugar craving e wo mu a bon say tin kom te ba say bon say time e sonic kidney sonic so bon say tin kom na be blocking net me ba say it means sonic moja no so ye. Mr. Yes, say detoxify kidney. I say wash your kidney once a year. We are not claiming to have a cure for anything. What we have humbly done per our research, they say, "Yenya herbal supplementer. A bit me, I wash your kidney in net. Na any marco stacking with net. Na ma ain't mean so. I say so no. A moisin. A be wash. A washing. A period of 1 month. 2 months, 3 months maximum. It depends. Parameter being asking kidney function test now. A washing see a once a fe a rejuvenate. Now fe will not send a tightening in every hole. Short breath in every hole. Not something to see every hole. The ATN say, "O kidney no a more blocking tin on your sadian." Say see about Solac Natural Clinic. I didn't let us research cry. Emma won and wash sa my mood that on a bema o kidney shas kama. A basa enko fa how be a ma. The entire do to dialysis no say. That is now called that a sieve and our son ye. Woke what son ye a muesi. Tedo cotton son in Mamma. Brasolac Natural Clinic. Your herbal subject my boy as son is so. We are not claiming anything. What you come saying say, it will do a bit more detoxify our wash kidney nets. No, yen possible do be answer. They do to machine so. I go for however Brasolac Natural Clinic near Wow. And can have community. Koko memle wo Harvard Senior High School nche hona e na benya Solac Natural Clinic Kumasi nso kentin kro no ye ne self filling station e di enhwe ye din de Solac Natural Clinic kwasi bia fa nko pesa mani enkomo ye number no e 0553 93 26 31 0553 93 26 31 0553 93 26 31. So person share o kidney and or liver internal organs na your the function test as in kidney function test, liver function test, oba Solac Natural Clinic. You will feed bit more run test na mawo. Na in case how be about one your full supplement supplementer a bit more detoxify I wash them out not what matters for us so edin kwatenten amen kai say quality first 0553 93 26 31 0553 93 26 31. Ye chance se sanse wa pomode ne wonkwa e hian e hian magana man ye dwen wo ye double so do ye chance se ya.
Hi. Now let me tell you about Safari Valley Eco Resort, the first of its kind in West Africa. Upon your arrival, you are introduced to your butler.
the account.
Thank you very much. Any further question? I'll give the floor to Honorable Shaibu.
Chairman, thank you very much. Honorable nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
The new role to be played. I'm confident that you will do a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honorable Robson Nelson, the floor is yours.
Kojo, you are welcome.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations for the opportunity to serve in government again. Yet, I am, you know the work we do, so our young people are interested in the initiatives that you are going to roll out, especially under your watch. Given our 4-year mandate, which 2 key programs will you prioritize for year 1 as takeoff for year 1?
Right, Chairman. As you're aware, we have about 3 batches of nurses currently staying at home with our jobs. But with a bit of touch, we should be able to get jobs. In fact, a lot of Ghanaians, especially the young people, what they expect from us now is to give them solutions. And the solutions, one of the key things that they are trying to get is for us to get them jobs. So in as much as we are going to train young people in Ghana on specific skills and send them out somewhere to go and work, I think this is one of the key things I'll be looking at if the president gives me the opportunity to take care of it. It is something very simple. Most countries are making money out of labor export more than foreign direct investment. And this is something that if I have the opportunity, I'll take care of it as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. My last one, one of key policy promise is the women's banking. And now, so let me put it this way, yes or no? Will you consider making the women's banking one of your key priority programs so that you begin to roll it out in year 1?
Right, if I have the opportunity, it's one of the key things that we roll it as soon as possible. The reason why I'm saying this is it's a promise we promise most Ghanaians. And the woman in Kranza today will be sitting there and ask me that His Excellency the President said that he's going to give Women's Bank that will have a facility to do our business. I think it's a promise we promise Ghanaians, and it's something we need to do as soon as possible.
Chairman, as a follow-up to my last one, will you consider establishing a branch or 2 branches in South Dine, Peki, Palik, Prevent, Tongo, so that my women would they have to travel far to access the facilities that this Women World Bank will be offering?
Rightly so, Chairman, but I'll not be able to say that I will consider 2 branches. But when it gets there, definitely we'll be able to have a chat and see how best we can consider Southine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would give the floor to Honorable Patricia Piaget,
Thank you very much,
Leader.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take this opportunity and congratulate my good friend for this, for being nominated by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama.
Thank you very much.
To take up this special responsibility. If I got you right, and I want you to reiterate it, I believe when the president engaged you, the president indicated which areas he would like you to take special initiative and work on. If you don't mind sharing those areas with us before I go on to my next question. Thank you.
Right. I mentioned about 5 of them. I haven't actually been given specifically that this is what you are going to work on, but it's a discussion that we've had. We have promised the people. For example, we said that we're going to do 24-hour economy. Accra, as we sit now, there is so much traffic that it is not something that is going to enable businesses to function well. And therefore, light railway will be something that will help Ghana or Accra. There are other things like the one I mentioned. Some are hanging fruits. And if I say it's a hanging fruit, like I mentioned earlier, the nurse out there in Kwanzaa today wants to get a job. So why can't we do or facilitate something for her or for him to go and work somewhere? The steel benders, or let's say the welders out there, they know very well that the ship industry is in demand of welders elsewhere, and why can't we get them something a program that is well structured so they can get some job out there. So I think these are some of the things that are doable. When we talk about Parliament of Ghana, for example, we know very well that we have been talking about transitional energy and all those things, energy efficiency. It's also doable that at least we can put solar system on our buildings, and also encourage most members of parliament to drive e-vehicles to this parliament, so we can say that it's one of the most environmentally friendliest parliaments in the world.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I'm happy you're talking about low-hanging fruits that you deploy. You remember in July, we passed the Affirmative Action Act, and it requires a lot of initiative from various sectors to ensure its implementation. It is an equity act. So we are not calling for equality, but we are calling for about 30% of women's involvement in every aspect of our life. Why wouldn't you consider as a priority to ensure that, given this special initiative, you're going to ensure that you take up the issue of the implementation of the, I know that is the gender ministry that's supposed to do it, but with your support, I want you to tell us how you can facilitate this process to ensure that every sector is taking up, thinking of wearing those lenses, or be deploying the necessary strategies to achieve that. Thank you.
All right. Definitely, in my ministry, if a particular program or project is given, we will definitely make sure that at least the 30% that you're talking about is being seen into, and make sure that it happens.
Thank you for that assurance. I remember the last administration, that is the NPP administration, we initiated the Infrastructure for Poverty Eradication Program to provide local solutions to local problems. In that direction, a multi-purpose ministry of special development initiative was created. But in your case, there's nothing like that. Out of its development, authorities were established to be the main implementing agencies. Further, the NPP government managed to achieve some successes under this through the construction of mechanized boreholes, construction of small dams under the One Village, One Dam, construction of prefabricated warehouses, among others. My question is, what do you make of this policy, and how do you intend to continue and make it better? Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very much. I think it was policies that were initiated by the elsewhere administration, that is Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's administration. I think it made some impact, and it is not something that I'll be able to say that it is coming to me for me to work on. Because if you look at the designation,
I am the Minister of State in charge of the current President's special initiatives. And therefore, if it is something that I'm asked to do, I will be able to work on it. But I sit here now, I have not been given that mandate to be able to work on it.
Right. Thank you very much. President Mahama, the flag bearer said the next NDC government would eliminate all wasteful government initiatives if elected, and that the flag bearer would also allocate funds from projects such as highly pursued one district, one village initiative into other viable projects for economic development. My question: in accordance with President Mahama's campaign statement, can you justify the statement, and does this mean you will discontinue the one village, one dam policy?
Right. I think it's the decision of the President, His Excellency the President, to take that decision. I do not have those powers to say as to whether I'm going to continue with the project or I'm going to terminate those projects.
Right. You've already mentioned some programs that you plan to implement to address Ghana's unique development challenges. As a special initiative minister, what initiative will be in place to ensure that the purpose of the affirmative action bill is achieved? I'm going there again, because I am single-handedly going to ensure that it doesn't rest on the shelves as just a document somewhere. Please, thank you. I want you to be specific. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think I mentioned earlier that at any point in time that I have a project or I have a program that I'm working on, if there's anything to do, I think we'll take care of affirmative action with that 30% that we have to work on.
Finally, I want to ask about the Farmers Service Center and farm banks in the country. How are you going to implement such initiative? Thank you.
I think it's an initiative that has not been given to me to work on. The Agric Minister has been given that mandate to work on, and I think I'll have to leave that for the Agric Minister to work on.
Thank you very much. I wish you the best in your endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Honorable Kwaku Riget. Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Nominee, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll call my friend Kujo. I know you do great. For the kind of rule that you are going into, and there's going to be a lot actually within the next 4 years in terms of the promises that we have made. So we will definitely need a utility player like you. So I think you're, you are versatile, and I believe that those qualities will make you succeed in any assignment that His Excellency the President gives you. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And I have no question for you, actually.
Thank you very much.
Honourable members, I will proceed to give the floor to the ranking member.
Honorable nominee, you'll furnish us with your tax clearance certificate.
And so.
Yeah, the 2024 you have turnover nil, not applicable, and then chargeable income nil. Did you have to pay anything to the tax authorities?
No.
You didn't?
No.
But the certificate that you have, you haven't paid anything in December to them for 2024.
Yes, rightly so. As at the time I was getting this...
So what I'm saying, you've not paid anything
No.
for 2024?
No.
All right. But
December 2024, you mean?
let me take you back.
Okay.
Did you pay any tax to GRA for the year 2024?
Yes.
When did you pay it?
My tax are deducted from source.
Now, how did you obtain your tax clearance certificate?
From GRA.
Get on to the certificate you have. (2024) turnover not applicable, chargeable income nil, tax charged 0, tax paid 39,000. Did you have to pay this on account?
No, like I said, my taxes are being deducted from Parliament, so when I'm going to take my tax clearance, I just apply to GRA and they do it for me.
I got it. You have on your CV 2007 September to 2008 July. IMBA, International Entrepreneurship, into bracket, University of Applied Sciences, Bremen, Germany. How did you undertake this program?
I undertook it in Germany.
I know Bremen University, you do some in Moscow, some in Bremen. Was it that type?
It's called a dual master's program.
So why didn't you state that? Would you want to take the leave of Mr. Chair to amend your CV, because I know about that program?
Yes, I have actually put the two together, stating that I did Westminster and I did Huxley Bremen, which is University of Applied Science. But my campus wasn't in Moscow. There are about 4 or 5 campuses, which is Wilmington, Valencia, Westminster, and Bremen.
So, Honorable Nominee, let's stay there. So, you indicate postgraduate diploma, global business, University of Westminster. When? From when to when did you pursue this one?
Right. It's the same year. Like you said, you do part of it in this campus and you go to the other campus to do it. So my first one was in Westminster Harrow campus. Then second one was in Bremen.
So, are you saying that you have certificates for both?
Rightly so.
Check the dates. Are you certain of the dates you have provided? September 2007 to July 2008. That is some 9-10 months. The program that I know, I do not think that you have stated the date correctly. Would you want to have an opportunity to refresh your memory on this?
Mr. Speaker, is correct. That is how the program is structured. I think I even brought my transcript even with me. That is how the program is structured. The program is structured in the way that you do one part of the program in this particular campus, then you go to the other campus to do it, and you are awarded the 2 certificates.
Okay, so let's pay attention to the dates.
Right.
So you can give us some explanation. So from September 2007, which part did you, from September 2007, which of them did you start with? 2007 September.
That's Westminster.
Okay, how long did you stay there?
I stayed in Westminster, I think, till about January or February. I still have my passport here with the visas and everything in my passport.
Chairman, Honorable Nominee, I'm not talking about your passport.
No, I'm talking about the
I'm not
evidence
talking
to
about
that
this.
effect.
If you pay attention, is there a lot of times the problem is you, the nominees, don't pay attention to the questions.
Right.
Very, very simple questions based on your CVs. Then when you go deep into the ocean and I get in there with you, then there's a problem.
No, that's
Relax.
no problem. Okay.
I'm not talking about your visa. I'm not talking about student permit. Just pay attention step by step.
Okay.
You started the program in September.
That's right.
Fortunately, I know about this program.
That's it.
So in September, you entered Westminster.
That's right.
You stayed in Westminster September, October, November, all the way to February.
Yes.
2008.
Yes.
Correct?
That's right.
So you graduated in February, or you finished the first part in February?
No, the program, you don't graduate in February.
I'm asking, so for you to explain.
So the program, you don't graduate in February. It's a dual master's program, a program that 2 universities come together to work on it. So what you do is you complete this university at this side, then you go to the other side, then you go and continue, and the 2 is what they base on to award the certificate in both sides.
You have the 2 certificates here?
Well, I don't have the certificates here, but I have my transcript to that effect.
Okay, so you have the transcript for the postgraduate diploma in global business.
Rightly so.
Right here.
Rightly so.
And then you have the IMBA, International Entrepreneurship, also with you here.
Rightly so.
But not the certificate.
No.
Okay, why do you have the transcript here but not the certificate?
I have certificate as well, Mr. Chair.
Why are they not here?
Because I brought my transcript here. The transcript will give you detail of how the program is structured.
Chairman, with your leave, whilst we go through the questions, with your leave, since he has them here, I may want to be going through whilst not to deliver. I do. I am very much aware of it. When we were at UCC, we were applying for it. Yes. Okay.
Honorable, no, your microphone. Honorable ranking member, we are dealing with a colleague member of parliament.
Don't worry, let's give it to him.
Is it on its way, please? Very well. So, Honorable Nominee, when you were done with your first degree, how long did it take you to start your master's?
Mr. Chairman, I went straight to the other program.
You went straight, what do you mean exactly?
When I finished in 2007, and from 2007, that's it, you can finish it to oh, sorry.
Honorable Nominee, just take your time, sort the certificate out, then you can proceed to answer the question.
Okay, I've given it to her.
Very well.
Yeah, so you said you went straight away. So when did you graduate? You have your first degree here?
Yeah, I have it with me as well.
The first degree.
I have it. I have my transcript. I have everything.
Take it easy.
No worries.
The first degree, you have the first degree, your BA honors. You have it here, but not the
Rightly
transcript.
so. Rightly so.
Okay. Then September 2000. Okay, we have the Westminster here. The Westminster one is here. Do we have the University of Applied Science? Do you have it here? Pardon?
It's part of it.
No, Chairman, with respect, what I have with me here is the University of Westminster, and then record of learning achievement. Then we have the model. We have the postgraduate diploma in global business. So I'm saying that the transcript here talks about the programs you took at Westminster. It doesn't have the Bremen University one. That's what I've handed it over to Chairman. And then you said you have your first degree here. Okay. Have you filed this asset declaration thing? Have you filed it with the Auditor General?
Yes, I filed my asset declaration.
Please, when did you file it?
Asset declaration, I think I filed one when I was on my first parliament, and second parliament too, I filed it.
Let's go to page 1 of your CV. You have contact information, your phone number, postal address, box 16 in Kranza. Do you have a residence in Kranza?
Yes, please.
You have a residence in Accra?
Rightly so.
Where in Accra?
I have a residence in Ashoman Estate.
A property you've rented or you've bought or you own?
I own.
The lease to that, do you have it?
No, I don't have it here.
You don't have a document to read?
No, I don't have the document.
Okay. But you've paid for the land?
Rightly so.
I can be irritating, eh? Don't worry. That is the job. Once upon a time, a British opposition leader said His Majesty's opposition leader's job is to oppose. But on this occasion, I'm reasonably doing inquisition for your own good. All right? Yeah. It has to be sufficient. My seniors are taking me through some contra law tutorials. So you mean you don't have any documents at all to your land?
With me.
Have you been paying some property tax?
Yes, I do pay property tax.
To the GRA?
No, to the assembly.
Okay, that is not a tax.
Oh, that's property rate.
That's a property rate?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, honorable friend of the committee. You have indicated that your hometown is in Kranza.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You're referring to where your mom comes from or where that comes from, both of them?
Both of them.
Very well. Honorable Minister of State in charge of special initiatives. What is this all about? Special initiatives. What is it all about? Tell us.
Right, thank you.
But I can help you before we get there. Prior to receiving this nomination, did you get any briefing from His Excellency or anybody authorized by him as to what role you expected to play with this portfolio?
Well, so.
So with who? The president himself or persons duly authorized by him?
The president authorized somebody to give me a briefing.
So what was the briefing? What were you told?
I was told that His Excellency the President has got a lot of initiatives. However, there may be certain special initiatives that he will ask me or he will task me to take care of. And that initiative may need something beyond the normal routine. And that is something he gave.
Okay. What were some of these initiatives?
I mentioned, I think you were not here earlier, I mentioned about 4 or 5 of them.
Please repeat them for my purpose.
Right, thank you. I think I mentioned the labor export program. I mentioned the light railway to take care of the hectic traffic situation in Accra. I made mention of the making sure that we have green parliament, which is one of the greenest in the world. I also made mention of putting in place the right infrastructure and sufficient.
This is your accent, is it American or the British? Which of them?
This is the Kwanzaa one. This is the Kwanzaa one. This is the Kwanzaa one. This is the Kwanzaa accent.
Which one? This is your chief whip will create problem for you. Which one is that? Is it the American accent or?
This is the Kwanzaa one because I was born and bred in Kwanzaa.
Yes, go on. You were.
I've mentioned, I think about 3 or 4 of them already to you, Mr. Chair.
So you would not be responsible to any minister?
Not as I know.
So from the briefing, the president authorized person gave you, you are supposed to report directly to the president, correct?
Rightly so. I'll be reporting to the president.
Your previous portfolio was deputy local government minister, correct?
That's where I know ranking.
Your previous portfolio in government was deputy local government minister, correct?
That's right.
To what extent would you say the then minister, the respected Nilante Vanderpoel, to what extent would you say he inspired and mentored you and prepared you for this new role as a Minister of State? And that would be my last question.
Right, thank you. Nilante, I see him as a brother. I worked with him very well. We worked closely as brothers and colleagues. And what I can say about Nilante is that I always say he's not a greedy person, and he opens up to anybody that he's working with. This is what I can say. And whatever he's got, he will share with you in terms of knowledge, in terms of skill, in terms of anything, he will share with you.
Honorable colleague, thank you. You are a good fellow, and I wish you all the best. I'm sure you would hear from the committee. Thank you very much indeed for indulging me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please, order. This is parliamentary proceedings. We don't clap.
You read it, Zach.
Honourable members, though I do not have the list of the allowable 10 members to accompany the nominee, let me use the opportunity to welcome all of you for coming to support the nominee. Honorable nominee, I will then proceed to ask you my question. One, after your nomination, have you ever been in my office to give me money as a consideration of you being approved?
Honorable Chair, I haven't been to your office.
Honorable member, have I ever personally or on phone requested for money from you in order for you to get approved?
Never.
Thank you very much. I have no further question for you. Congratulations for your nomination and attending upon the committee to answer questions posed to you. You will hear from the committee. You are hereby accordingly discharged.
Thank you.
Next nominee, please take your seat.
I am Chinese Dr. Wei. You are welcome to Roma Traditional Chinese.
I think that we have witnessed a lot of tribal conflicts, not only in Ghana, but even in other countries like Rwanda, Sierra Leone, and the rest. Mr. Speaker, what excites me is that in making the statements, he gave meaning to some of the causes of such tribal conflicts, in which case my brother Yo-Yo has indicated what happened within his community. And if I should come back to where my brother from Hawaii comes from, the people of Nkonya and Alavanyo have witnessed that situation firsthand. And I believe that as a country, the learnings from these conflicts should give us the needed impetus to put in place things that will give us enough warning signs, educate our people very well as getting the security services and traditional leaders more involved in trying to preempt the occurrence of such things within our various communities. Mr. Speaker, I am particularly happy for the maker of the statement, and I'm hopeful that as a country we are going to put in place measures to forestall and prevent some of these occurrences going into the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable, you take the last one. As I said earlier on, tomorrow is dedicated for backbenchers. So tomorrow we give you a lot of opportunities to speak. So if you are not able to get opportunity today, please avail yourself tomorrow. We make time for you to speak. So let's take the last one from Honorable Dr. Mahama. So please don't feel sad. Tomorrow you get opportunity. Please don't beg me. I will give you opportunity tomorrow. Yes, Honorable Dr. Mahama, let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And thank God I catch the eye of the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of conflict, I think that it's been discussed thoroughly and members have commented on this issue. And I also feel obliged to pass a comment on this matter because my region has faced the remnants of tribal conflict. Just 3 days ago, we had an outbreak of clan conflict in Bumpuru UU constituency, which is part of my region. And that actually resulted in the death of one person following clan conflict. Also, my region and my constituency has been a hotspot for the very bad reasons. Bad reasons in the sense that travelers from the Upper East feel threatened if they have to pass through my constituency to, say, Accra. Travelers from Boku feel threatened if they have to pass from Boku to, say, Bolga through to Accra. These are all as a result of tribal conflict. Mr. Speaker, many members of parliament have lost their seats on the back of tribal conflict because they are associated one way or the other to this particular conflict. Again, we have also found, unfortunately, members of parliament or leaders exploiting this conflict to their advantage. In other words, they feel like if I stoke tribal sentiment, I may get one favor or other by way of electoral fortunes. All these are part of the causes of the conflict. And I will urge that the first responsibility as leaders is to make sure that we are more reconciliatory. We take measures that ensure that we don't stoke tribal sentiments. Once we do that, then we then come back to the followers, the people. We actually, my colleague mentioned about civic engagement. Let us be more forthcoming in our civic engagement. Let us educate these people, the harm, the effect of conflict. And my friend, honorable friend from UU mentioned, especially intermarriages, but unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't help the matter. So I will just add that this House, as a matter of priority, let us equip the police service to have the early detection, early warning systems, and then preventing this crime. That is one. Other way we can also handle that, Mr. Speaker, if you indulge me for a second, is to, try to engage the traditional authority, the regional House of Chiefs. The regional House of Chiefs has the mandate in addressing especially conflicts that are related to chieftaincy. Once that institution is resourced, I'm sure they will be able to identify all the hotspots and address them. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, please indulge me to bring this session to a close. We've allowed a lot. As I said, tomorrow we will continue. So, honorable leadership, let me revert to you. Leadership, leader of the House, yes. Minority leadership, honorable members, it means you are in my hands, so I'll proceed to adjourn the House. Tomorrow, are you coming at 10 or 12? We are looking up to you because you bring
the reports
business.
are ready. The reports are ready. We have one report that is ready. The second one is also ready. We might get a third report tomorrow. So if you look at it, we have about 10? Yeah. About 10 nominees? 12 nominees already. We have 12 nominees.
So we have to
start early, because on the average, we may spend 2-3 hours on a nominee. People want to contribute. And so if we start early, we can finish all of them tomorrow. Because the president has indicated that he wants to swear them in on Thursday.
Okay. So honorable members, on that note, we are coming 10 o'clock in the forenoon.
Mr. Speaker, I think let me help guide the majority leader. I think the last time the Speaker did indicate that in this session we should rather start from either 12 or 2 o'clock. That was a directive from the Speaker. And then if the reports are not all ready, we come. So the leader said 12, so 12 will be okay, Mr. Speaker, rather than 10 a.m.
Honourable members, leader,
so we will have,
bear in mind we have a lot of statements.
Yeah.
And I'm very particular about our newcomers, giving them the opportunity to. Honourable members, tomorrow is the backbenchers day. And I want us to give them the opportunity.
Look, the backbenchers, they have a lot of statements.
Yes.
So we can have a situation where they come and they are making their statements. Statements. Tomorrow is backbenchers day. If you look at our standing orders, tomorrow is backbenchers day. The backbenchers have statements to make. It's 10 o'clock.
So, honourable members, please indulge me. Tomorrow we are coming at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honourable members, leader, between 10 and 12, we can take the statement from the freshers so that we.
Mr. Speaker, the backbenchers, the majority leader is talking about. Mr. Speaker, today in his statement said we have 114 first-time MPs, backbenchers for that matter. Mr. Speaker, just look there. There are only 15 backbenchers there out of the 140. So which backbenchers are you talking about? Look, they are not even here. So let's come at 12 o'clock tomorrow. They are not here. You are only 15 backbenchers, Mr. Speaker. So we should attend and come at 12 o'clock. The backbenchers are not coming.
Honourable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House stands adjourned.
Oh, is it the
matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Matters of Uganda through secondary. I had my first degree at GIMPA, followed up with masters at University of Ghana, Legon, and then had a second master's also at University UPSA. I worked as a marketer in insurance and then a former deputy defense minister. Thank you.
I'll give the floor to the ranking member.
Honorable nominee.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We've been playing golf together.
Yes, Mr.
And I just want to make that disclosure, but that is our friendship.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Here, my role is to do the necessary questioning. So don't take it personal.
Yes,
is that
Mr.
okay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you are not under cross-examination. Is that okay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Were you told of your date of birth? And have you had cause to doubt your date of birth?
Mr. Chairman, no, please.
Have you ever changed your date of birth, or it's been so since you attain the regular age of knowing your date of birth?
No, please, Mr. Chairman.
On your CV, you have talked about your employment history and all. Share with us your private sector employment history.
Mr. Chairman, I started work with CDH Insurance. And then from CDH Insurance, I moved to Phoenix Insurance. I moved to Benefits, and then from Benefits to Phoenix. At CDH Insurance, I started work as a business development officer. And then I moved to Phoenix as head of broker relations, and to Benefits as head of broker relations, and to Phoenix as head of marketing and branch operations.
So it appears that Although you are a 78 born like my good self, you had the benefit of the O and A level.
Yes, Mr.
Correct.
Chairman.
You sat the common entrance at class 4 or class 5, which is which?
I sat the common entrance at class 5.
Class 5. Now, share with us. You had the experience of being a deputy minister. How has that prepared you for this new role as a substantive minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As a deputy minister, I was assisting my minister in policy formulation and overall leadership at the ministry. So moving to this new ministry, I'm going to use the skill that I got as a deputy minister as a place. Thank you.
You appear tense, so let me bring some humor here. You stated in your hobbies golf, which I know for a fact, and then live band music. What's your favorite?
Mr. Chairman, both, but I think golf is more.
I'm saying that for the golf I know.
Yes.
So we are not going to golf.
Yes.
I don't want to know.
Yes.
What is your handicap and all. I'm not talking about your handicap. I'm asking your favorite music, the live band you're talking about.
Actually, with the locals, I prefer Lumba.
Which of his songs? Which of them?
Yeah, no, Srekwa.
Okay, so go ahead. Let's try.
Mr. Chairman, the truth of the matter is, I'm not too conversant with the words, but I just enjoy them.
Yes, so do the movement. Yes, go on with that one.
Mr. Chairman, is
It was just to, Kenneth.
Yes, Mr.
Just to help you to take it easy.
Yeah,
your last vetting was a deputy minister.
Yes.
And it's been some time now.
Yes.
You are an Ashanti, are you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mother Ashanti, father Ashanti?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
From where exactly?
Mother from Trede, father from Asante Achim Agogo.
Oh, Asante Achim Agogo. So yes. You know Bompata?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, very well. I'll leave it there. Chairman, I think I have nothing useful to add. I wish the nominee well. I will yield now to my respected colleagues, Honorable Boama, Honorable Asenso, Obri Yeboah, and then, not the least, my good friend Kojo Oponkroma, my Fanti brother. And I'll Kojo Anya Fanti view.
I can. Sepa mi Yanka Fanti.
I think I'm done with my work. Honorable, when everything is done, you hear from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Start with Oponkroma.
Honorable Kojo Oponkroma, you have the floor.
Plenty of questions. Chairman, thank you. Kenneth, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And we wish you all the best on this schedule. I have two main questions and then possibly some follow-ups. The first has got to do with housing. We've got a housing deficit of about 1.8 million units, and there's a lot of intervention from the private sector and the public sector, but it appears a lot of it is only happening in the urban areas. Recently, there's been some more work on intervening in the rural areas through the district housing program. My question is, what is your view of this program, this approach, and what are your plans for it, if any?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the district housing policy is a laudable one. It's a laudable one because it brings affordable housing to the people living in the district and in our rural areas. Mostly, when people are transferred to rural areas, they hesitate, basically because where they will stay is a problem. So I believe that if we continue with the district housing policy, it's something that will help a lot. And our Ghanaians in the various districts are going to benefit from that. And Mr. Chairman, also, most people want to retire to their villages, but the issue is where are they going to stay? But if we have this policy, it's something that will help. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I would move to a second question, still in the area of housing, and it's to do with the financing of housing interventions. Senso was there, I was there, a few other ministers have been there. One of the challenges is that you're often waiting for money from the finance minister to do interventions, and it's difficult in the current fiscal framework to find funding. Do you have any thoughts on how to find alternative financing to push the housing agenda? Because you may have the best of plans, but if you can't find the money, you will be stuck. Any thoughts in that area?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, given the opportunity, I will leverage on public-private partnership to attract investment and expertise from the private sector. I would also, given the opportunity, I would also partner with the private sector and key actors such as GRIDA and other international organizations to come and support the housing sector. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, you're very last.
Thank you, Chairman. My final question is in the area of coastal protection. A good chunk of Ghana's coastline requires some intervention because of the climate challenges that we are facing. I want to understand from you the kind of briefing you have so far on the coastal protection challenge and how, if this Honorable House gives you the nod, you intend to approach it perhaps a bit differently from what we have done in times past. And Chairman, that will be my final question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I got briefing from the ministry, and Mr. Chairman, let me read what the pointers that I put together. I noted that about 84 kilometers of coastline has been protected now. And about approximately 347 kilometers of course our coastline is at risk. So there is a big issue. But sea defense, asking how to protect our coastline, is expensive, and it's actually GOG kind of support that we use to work on it. So given the nod from this house, we will look at alternative arrangements to see how best we can embark on that and bring and solve the rest of the coastline issues that we have. Thank you.
Chairman, I'm grateful for the opportunity and I wish the nominee well.
I give the floor to Honorable Asenso Boachi, former minister for the sector.
Honorable former minister wants to sip water before.
Honorable former minister, having taken water, be brief. And let your questions be cool like water.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Mr. Kenneth Ejay, first of all, let me congratulate you for your nomination as Minister for Western Housing and Water Resources. Honorable Chair, the nominee has been given an enormous responsibility because his ministry actually provides responsibility for two of the three basic needs of man. That is shelter and water. So his nomination speaks volumes of the confidence and the trust that the president has in Honorable Ken Ejay. Because the ministry is so important to the general economic development of our country, the past government, the Nana Addo Dankwa Kufuor Bawumia administration, embarked on two important legislation to improve upon the housing market in Ghana. One on the rental housing and the other on home ownership. The first has to do with the Rent Act, which has been on the drawing board for many years. Mr. Chair, if you recall, Mr.
Address the chair and proceed to ask the question.
Mr. Chair, if you recall,
please. Your question.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, I have to lay the foundation.
Please, you don't use ages for the foundation. Please, you
otherwise,
go ahead and ask the question.
I will not be able to ask the question. I will not be, if there's no time for me to ask the question, I'll be glad to pass it on to. Yeah, I have to lay the foundation for the question. I mean, what was this? Then there's Mr. Chairman. Then there's no need for me to ask the question. Let's give it to another person. Because I have to lay the foundation. I can't be brief. I have to lay the Rent Act is a very important one. And all that I want to say is that some efforts have been made to legislate to revise the Rent Act. And I just wanted to know from the nominee if he's been briefed and what he can do to fast track it. It's a very simple question, but it's important that I lay the foundation. The question was not going to be a hard one.
Honorable nominee, have you been briefed?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was briefed that the bill was sent to Parliament, but wasn't finalized. If given the nod, I'll review it and then we'll send it back to Parliament. Thank you.
Your further question, please.
Honorable Chair, the question was not, even though it was important that we lay the foundation. The next question, Mr. Honorable Chair, has to do with the big elephant in the room, which is the rent issue. In Ghana today, if you want to rent a place, the law says that you can't charge more than 6 months. But we all know that that is not the case in practice. Landlords charge 2 years advance and all that. And if you are just graduated from school, you cannot have the money to pay 2 years rent advance. Under my leadership as housing minister, we introduced what we call National Rental Assistance.
scheme.
You answer the question. I thought today we have big elephant. You say big elephant. Today we have big umbrella, not big elephant.
But, no matter how big the umbrella is, it can never be bigger than the elephant. Yeah.
We can have umbrella bigger than elephant.
Self-dementia.
Honorable nominee, answer the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of the low interest rent advance scheme that our party, the NDC, is also coming up with. And I'm aware of that of the National Rental Assistance Scheme that the NPP brought. Mr. Chairman, I've been briefed that the National Rental Assistance Scheme has been piloted in 6 regions so far. If I get a nod and I get to office, I will review it and then merge the two. Thank you.
Question?
No, Honorable Chair, except to wish Honorable Ken Ejei all the best, and I know that he's going to go through this nomination and deliver and provide results for the benefit of the good people of the country. Thank you.
Yes, but take note that these days is a big umbrella, not elephant. I'll give the floor to Honorable Haji Aladi.
Thank you, Chairman, for the opportunity. Mr. Ken, let me congratulate you on your nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I have no question. I have known you since. I know you might have, the face might be looking something, but it's the same Haji Aladi. I know how hard you work, and I know how good you have worked as a deputy minister. From your response, you have made it clear that it's transfer of learning. What you have learned, what you have practiced, what you know is what you are going to bring on board. And I know you will do well. I wish you all the best. All I will say is that don't forget about the rural areas. Don't forget about the women. Try as much as you can where women are mostly and accommodation is needed. Try and support, notwithstanding which party or which color, so that at least the women will have a space to be able to work. Their children will have a space. You know how we women are. So I will just say congratulations. I wish you the best, and may the Almighty Allah protect you in your designation. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, I'll proceed to recognize Ritana Odelesoa.
Thank you, Chairman. I wish to congratulate Honorable Ken Ejei on his nomination by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic of Ghana. I know you will deliver, but as you go into office, I wish to request that when we are putting up facilities, we should not forget the persons with disability, so that we make our facilities disability friendly. May God guide you and lead you. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very well noted. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize Obriabua, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Congrats, Honorable nominee. I've known you for about 25 years now, and I know you are very competent, and you will definitely excel. I, however, have some few difficult questions for you to answer. Honorable nominee, some contractors have raised concern about their unpaid certificate for works executed for Western housing. As a sector minister, what mechanism will you put in place to ensure that these issues do not keep coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The issue you are talking about is of great concern to me because contractors take loans for their contracts. If they are not paid, it becomes an albatross on their heads. When I get a nod and get to office, I'll call for those files. We'll review it, and I'll have a conversation with the Honorable Finance Minister. We'll see how best we can raise funds from other sources, and then arrange with the contractors and see how we'll pay them. But I understand what they are going through, and the NDC government will ensure that we satisfy them. Thank you.
Any further question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please go ahead.
Honorable nominee, successive government, in an effort to provide suitable accommodation for public servants, entered into joint ventures with private developers to use their own resources, given the state's limited financial resources. In return, government engrosses leases on some lands known as Demis lands. As a sector minister, are you committed to advancing and sustaining these laudable initiatives?
Mr. Chairman, can you kindly come up with a question again?
What I mean is that by virtue of the fact that government always have limited resources, they enter into a joint venture with private developers. These private developers will use their own resources, and in return, government gave them land to compensate whatever cost that they have incurred. I personally think that this is a laudable initiative by your ministry. Are you going to continue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That, I think that's the redevelopment scheme is what you are talking about. The redevelopment scheme is a good scheme. That is, if only we go by the brain behind redevelopment. Because the brain behind it is that you see old housing, maybe a 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom house on 2 acres of land. Meanwhile, population growth is just going high, and we need more houses for people. So if the houses are taken, if the lands are taken, and they use it to build more houses on that land for more people to have use of it, then I think it's a good thing. But when I get to office, when I get a nod, we will look into that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Chair, that will be all.
Very well. I proceed to give the floor to Honorable Patrick Yaubwama. Bowman, I beg you.
Chairman, I'm entitled to 10 questions, you said. Plus.
By now, you should have asked 2 questions. So.
Chairman, this is a very important portfolio, Chairman. A very, very important portfolio. We are not tired. We are not. Vetting will close at 10. Honorable AJ, congratulations, Ken. I'm sure the OWAS boys are happy, but it's not a good school, but I will take it like that. I'm sure the Prempeh boys are itching to hear your response to some of the questions. Anyway, I'm sure you are aware of some $200 million facility that the MPP administration secured for the Odo project, and an additional $150 million. A lot hasn't been achieved, especially with the usage of these funds. Have you been briefed on this, and what do you intend to do to ensure its execution? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I got an initial briefing on the Garrett project, and I was told that 200 million was initially taken, and then later the ministry came back for 150 million. When I get to the office, I'll call for the file and look at it and ensure that they complete the project, because this is a project that the money is there. So we need to push for it to be done so that it will benefit Ghanaians. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a lot of files to be called, Honorable. I'm going to run you through some list of water projects that the previous administration also secured funding for, and also ask you what the interventions you are going to make because of the debt exchange program. The list of the projects, those lists of projects have stalled. Wenchi, Techiman, Sunyane, Tamale, Damango, Yendi. They've all stalled because of the debt exchange program. I'm sure the people in those areas shouldn't wait for the resolution of the debt exchange program, and they want to hear from you that some of your immediate interventions to ensure that they have access to potable, clean water in those communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will look for other sources of raising funds, and I will have a conversation with the Honorable Finance Minister. We will sit and discuss it and see how best we can raise funds to complete those projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Having received my letter revoking my appointment as the board chair of Ghana Water Company, I'm sure after this vetting, Dr. Callistus will send a release to Ofosukwache that it's been terminated, or the new terminology now is revoked. Very well. Ghana Water Company, if government contracts loans through Parliament from the executive, it's on-lended. The on-lending goes straight to Ghana Water Company. As a result of this, Ghana Water Company has over 6 billion cedis on its books, making it very, very difficult to enter into some partnership or raise financing to service some of the obsolete pumps and undertake some routine maintenance of pipelines and some extension works. That's a big issue you'll be encountering. There's also a challenge with the desalination plant at Teshi, which I know there's some arbitration process that has been triggered because of some issues with Abengwa and some other partners. You'll be notified. Would you consider privatizing Ghana Water Company like it's done elsewhere? There's not a single utility company that provides water. Ghana Water has over 1 million customers. Will you consider sending a proposal to Cabinet, where in the UK they have Thames Water and what have you, South Africa, Round Water, and a lot of utility companies? It cannot be that a country like Ghana, we have over 30 million people, 33 million, relying on Ghana Water to provide urban water supply, and Community Water and Sanitation Agency providing rural water supply. Will you consider, and it's very, very important to look at that. Government is saying they are going to privatize ECG. Will you consider, given the situation in which we find ourselves in, to privatize Ghana Water Company Limited. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will consult stakeholders. We'll have a stakeholders meeting, and then we will decide on that. Thank you.
Any further question?
I heard the nominee saying that he's going to consult stakeholders. Stakeholders. The decision is government's. Government is 100%. Well, Ken, I like your answers. Very short, brief. Let me ask my last question about housing for security services or agencies. There's been some initiative to provide very decent accommodation for our security services. It's a partnership between your ministry, God willing, when you are giving the nod, and some private developers to ensure that they are giving very decent facilities to live in. The agencies want to hear from you whether you continue with this very laudable initiative. I'm sure you've been briefed. Some of them are around Hachu, North Legon area, and some other areas. Out there, security officers or police officers live within the communities, but in Ghana, we've grown to accept the fact that we must house them within one catchment area. What will be some of your strategies to ensure that we provide for these agencies? Thank you. Decent housing facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's in the NDC manifesto that we will be constructing new, I'm actually reading it. We'll be constructing new housing units and refurbishing dilapidated and abandoned security houses, homes for our people in the security services, i.e. the Ghana Armed Forces, the police, immigration, and the prison officers. So it's something that we will definitely take it up. We will look for funding and ensure that we do it and get good accommodation for our men and women in uniform. Thank you.
Chairman, since I was asked to deputize for the ranking member, I don't know if your vice chair has questions.
How many more questions do you have?
I'm done.
Okay.
But I was asked to deputize for the ranking member.
Yes.
And if the ranking member speaks, there's a vice chair who comes in, then you come in with your introduction. Chairman, do you agree with that?
Let me ask the question.
Well, Jerry wants to ask one question. I've given him, yeah.
Thus, you are permitted by the available ranking member to ask one question.
Mr. Chairman, congratulations, sir. So in Wejagbawe, we have the Weja Dam, but we have had issues with water flow for close to about 4 or 5 months now. And the people who are also just closer to the dam are also threatened by a court matter. Honorable Patrick Yabuama knows about this. I had to call him one of the days to intervene. What assurances are you giving us with water supply and then to continuously live in our homes? This one, if you don't help me, the Wejabawe people, they will come after you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get the details and then we'll see how we'll resolve it when I get to office. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The deputy ranking and deputy minority leader is here. She wants to make a comment, so I'll give her the floor.
Right, thank you very much. Maybe I should also disclose here that he's my son. I've known him for much longer time than I could imagine. And I've always known him to be very calm, very highly respectful. He's a very selfless person. And I know that most people know that he is somebody who can really perform. Somebody who is a good listener is always someone we should always target to serve the needs of the people. So I'd like to congratulate you and urge you on that the good qualities that you've exhibited out there, let it be your hallmark, and then pursue this ministerial appointment with a lot of success. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have usual questions that I've decided to ask all nominees that appear before us. So, proud to your coming to be vetted. Before or after your nomination, did you have a direct contact with me or indirect contact with me?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did I ever demanded money either directly or by phone as a condition for you being vetted and approved?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. And I must commend you that I have received an external report. And this is the way you are described. You are selfless, dedicated, committed, hardworking, obedient, calm, respectful, and not quick-tempered. Please, keep it up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I proceed to recognize the presence of Mrs. Portia Edna Ajay, spouse of the nominee, Andrews Nana Kwesi, Ashanti Regional Chairman, Nana Ajakoma Difie II, Queen Mother, Asante Mampong, Honorable Mutawakilo Adams, Managing Director, Ghana Water Company Limited. Nana Nubin Sra III, Tredehini, Bafo Ajay Fosu II, Otumfo Anantahini, Kofi Atamils, son of former President J.E. Mills, Dr. Kobana Dufour, I believe is Kobana Dufour Jr., Suleimana Kasim Imam Ekwima Fowasi, Lawyer Samuddin Mohammed Kamil, and all parliamentary aspirants from Ashanti region. You are welcome. Honorable nominee, you hear from the committee and you are accordingly discharged.
Thank you.